Hi everyone, I want to especially welcome you to another tutorial. So in this tutorial we're going to be building a laundry app, and then it promises to be another exciting time with you. So without wasting time, let's get started. You'll see, if you see my screen, you'll see that what's going on there. We have the headers. So I'm just going to run through everything. So we have the headers, we have the location header, we have the search bar. And the search bar, you can see, if you have seen my previous tutorial, there was an in-depth explanation on how this was achieved. That's the Zomato clone, so you can check that out and see. So we'll not waste time on that here. So I'll quickly bring you to the banner slider. This banner slider is beautiful, isn't it? You can see, just check the progress animation on that, the pagination, the way it's animating. I'm going to be showing you how to do that in this tutorial. It will work on all platforms, so just watch out for that too. This is exciting. So after that, we're going to have the available services. So under the available services, we have so I'm using flat list there, and it's a horizontally scrollable, so it's horizontal. So we have the wash and fold, we have the wash and iron, we have dry cleaning services, we have ironing services, that's to iron alone only. Then we have a specialty and bulky laundry. So these are the categories, that the services that are available. So quickly I'll just go through the wash and fold. So inside the wash and fold, you can see everything is beautiful, and all the data were fetched from the back end, from our MongoDB back end. And you can see we have the service overview, we have the wash and fold, wash and iron, dry cleaning, ironing only, specialty and bulky laundry. So if we come down under, and you see it's selecting wash and iron, wash and fold, so that's the currently selected service. And under it we have the categories. So we have the tops, we have the bottoms, we have the dresses, we have outerwear, children, accessories, and homeware. We have bed sheet, we have duvet covers, we have pillowcase and cushion covers. We have bathroom items, we have kitchen items as well. So, and the currently selected is the tops. So under the tops we have all the items. So the way it is, it's like 3 tiers. So we have the service, we have the category, and then we have the items. So each item belongs to a category and then a service. So you'll see how everything works shortly. It's exciting, and this helps you to manage data and to improve performance. The way everything is structured, you'll see by the time you see it, you see that it will help you manage your data so that you avoid unnecessary repetition, because there's a lot of repetition in laundry services. So you can avoid it, and then it makes your app scalable, and then to improve performance. So everything, you can see the way it's loading faster and in real time. So because of the data structure. So I will show you everything. So if you see, we have the tops, and then we have the items under tops. We have shirt, we have shirt on hanger, we have polo shirt, we have top and blouse, we have t-shirt on hanger, we have cardigan, we have jumper. So and the list goes on. This is just a tutorial anyway. So if I go to bottoms, you can see it changes to, and then we have the items under bottoms. You can see this is beautiful. So we have shorts, we have skirts, we have trousers. So if you come here, if we come to dresses, you see we have the same. It's changing in real time. If we go to outerwear, you can see we have jacket, blazers, waistcoat, and what this is saying is for wash only category, wash and fold category. So we have for children, and then we have children clothing. So for wash and fold category. So if we come back to top, let's go to wash and iron. So wash and iron, if we come to wash and iron, under wash and iron we also have tops, we have bottoms, we have dresses, because the services, the categories are related, the services are related. The only thing that changes, okay, maybe you just want these items to be washed alone, and then in another one you want to check if you want it to be washed and ironed, or you want to apply dry cleaning service. Maybe you don't want to do the washing, the traditional wash and iron, or traditional washing, but you want to do dry cleaning. So we have ironing also as well. If you want to iron only, maybe the clothes has been washed or dry cleaned, all you just need is ironing services. So you can see for the wash and iron, we have the tops also there, and then you'll see. So every item that is selected here means you want it to be washed and you want it to be ironed. And then for wash and fold, is just to wash alone. You're just washing alone, and then no ironing, no dry cleaning, just to wash and fold. So, and then for wash and iron, you see we still have them, and then we have the dry cleaning. We have the dry cleaning service, and then you see one of the things you noticed under dry cleaning is, under dry cleaning we have top and blouse silk. So you dry clean such materials. So but if you come under wash and fold, you see that it's not there. See, these are the differences. You only have top and blouses, but for silk materials, you want to consider dry cleaning them, so you can see the difference. And this is beautiful, isn't it? And then under dry cleaning, you see that we have an added category, which is what suits. So suit too, you would usually prefer to dry clean rather than to wash. So you can see the differences, and then you can see here there's nothing like that, but for dry cleaning it exists. So that's how it is. And then for ironing, you see suit also exists because you can also iron that. And then we have a specialty product. So if you have a specialty services, so under specialty services, you can see that we have the feather duvet, you can see them, and then synthetic duvets, you can see its own category changed. So we have a blanket and bed spread, so you can see, and so on. We have the list like that. So if I come to, and then for the iron and for the wash and iron, you can see we have a lot of categories there. So we have up to kitchen items. So you can see, so kitchen items like your apron, your tablecloth, and then the tea towel. So it's either you want to wash alone, or you want to dry clean, or you want to wash and iron. So this is under wash and iron. If I come to wash and fold, so you can see them, it's applicable. So that way you have a structured data set, and this improves performance and then help you avoid unnecessary repetition of data. That's the thing. So this is what we're going to do. So quickly, let me just select some of the items here. So if I come to the shirt, for example, if I press add, and you can see this is beautiful. Immediately I added it. You see the add button changed, and then you can see the call to action, the navigation button also appeared, showing that what an item has been selected. So, and presently it's worth $3. So if I increase the quantity, just see what will happen. It's increasing the price, and everything is working in real time. I will show you how to get all this done. If I choose another item, cool, you can see everything is working fine, and from there you can proceed to pick up. So you have this beautiful screen for the user to input their address, and we can use location address. Okay, so you can check the location address tutorial from my fashion app tutorial is there, or I'll just do a standalone tutorial on location, so that we'll avoid repetition, so can focus on what's more important and the new features to learn. So if you've been following through, you would have learned how to handle locations in real time, and it works fast. So here we're using that, and then we are setting the pickup date. So you need to choose the pickup date. If I go ahead and say proceed to checkout, you can see it's telling me invalid. Please select all fields, because we've not selected the pickup date, we've not selected the time, and then the delivery date. So let's say if I select this, so you see, and it's working real time. It's showing me the current date. Currently today's Tuesday as of the time I'm recording this. So, and you see it's showing me that, and then if I come here, you can select the date, and then you can select the time. So you can select the time of delivery. So it's either from 6:30 to 10 a.m., 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. So you need to select one. So I'll select this, and then you need to select the delivery date. If I go ahead now, you see it's still not working. Please select all the fields. So I'll come here, and let's say to deliver it in 2 to 3 days time. So let's choose 2 to 3 days time, and you can see the border color there showing it's selected. So I will go to proceed now, and everything will work fine. And this is beautiful. Look at the checkout screen. So this is beautiful. We have 2 items, and we selected 2 items, and then we have the shirt, and then we have the shirt on hanger, and then we have the quantity. So you can also update the quantity here, so you can see it's adjusting the price. So this is beautiful. We're good to go. And if I reduce the quantity again, it will remove the product, and this is beautiful. So quickly, this is what I'm going to be showing you in this tutorial. Do endeavor to like, to share, to comment, and most importantly subscribe. Before I get started, I also want to thank every one of you. Thanks for your feedback, thanks for the comment, thanks for the like over my previous tutorial. I do not take it for granted. You guys are special. You guys are the reason why I'm still here making tutorial, because those likes, those comments, everything is motivating. That's why I'm motivated to keep doing more. And then I want to especially thank those that support me financially. So many names I cannot start begin to mention, but you all are celebrated. Thanks for the motivation. Thanks a lot. So let's go get started. I know you have feelings. I know you have feedback. I want to hear it. I want to hear your thoughts. I want to feel what you feel. I want to have your comments, and then I'll respond to all of them one after the other. Thank you. Let's go get started with this tutorial. Also, you can check the description box below. I'll be leaving the asset, the starter template of this tutorial in the description box, so you can get the link there, so you can get the asset, you can get all the styles we'll use in this tutorial, and you can also get all the database data or the database collection. I'll add them so that it can be faster, so you don't have to waste time creating all the data in the database. So I'll leave everything there. Check the description box. So let's go get started. So I'll just get started now. Let's go to our terminal. So from our terminal, we're going to create a new terminal, and then so to create this template, I'm going to use npx create expo app laundry app, and then we're using TypeScript. So I'm just going to hit enter, and so that we can create the template. So I've created the starter template has been created. So if we see now, so it has created it. So the project is ready. So what we'll just do is say cd laundry app. So let's go to that directory. So we're in cd laundry app. So we can just do code dot to open it in another VS Code window. So good, it has been opened in another VS Code window. So we can close the previous one. So good, this is our project starter template. So everything is there. I'm going to go to terminal again, open a new terminal, and then yes. So we're good to go. So next thing now is we are going to add our dependencies. So you just come to your package.json here, bring this package.json up, and then we want to add some of the dependencies to this project. But before we do that, I'm going to bring in the folder structure that I created. I'll also add it, so check the description box below to get the starter template and the folder structure for this project. So without wasting time, I'll go to my desktop. So for my desktop, I've created the laundry app starter template. So this is it. So I'm just going to bring this. Let's open this, and then let's bring this in. Let me first of all, let's bring the source. So I can bring the source inside here up. So can delete that. So I'm going to copy it inside our laundry app. So to do that, I'll just come here. I'll copy the source and put it inside our laundry app. So it's inside our laundry app. So we have inside our laundry app now. So we have our source inside our laundry app. So the next thing I want to do is I want to also copy the project data. So inside our laundry app as well. So it's there. We're going to be making use of most of the dependencies. Everything has been added there. So you get access to this template, this laundry app starter template that I've created. So you can just copy all the necessary things and follow along. So I'm also going to bring in the patches. Patches has to be outside. So I'm going to copy this all the long way up. So it's cool. Yes, this is where it's supposed to be. So we also need to copy. I'm just going to copy these ones. Then get the asset. We're going to be using the asset. Okay, let's just. So I'm just going to copy these two and bring it inside our laundry app as well. So copy folder with the name. So let's replace it. The asset, we're replacing it, and everything is fine. So we're good to go. So I'll come to the project data here. Inside the project data, I've provided all the dependencies we are using, and this is the code snippet I used. This is the code I used to create what the app, the npx create expo app, laundry app. So it's already provided. You can just copy it from here as well, and then we'll be using this to create the backend. We'll just update and then use to create the backend, and we're ready. So and then we have the project dependencies. So this is the project dependency. You can just copy this. So I've been provided. This is the project dependency for the front end. and then we can come to this place, to our terminal. Inside our terminal, you just paste it there. That's all you need to do. Just paste it, and then let's install everything. So I think we made a mistake with our spelling here. It's supposed to be npm install. So that's where the error came from. So we can just copy again and bring it here. And cool, everything has been installed. So let me just show you the package.json so you can see the update. So these are the dependencies we have here currently, so it will update it shortly. So you see all the dependencies have been installed. So we have we're using React Native horizontal date picker, we're using async storage, date time picker, we're using navigation bottom tabs, native navigation / native navigation / native stack, Redux Toolkit, and we're using Stripe, we are using vector icons, Axios, and then we are using moment Jelali, we are using reanimated numbers, native maps, reanimated. We'll be using reanimated carousel, we'll be using rolling bar, we save area context, and then we'll be using native screen and vector icons. We have Redux and the Redux persist. So these are the dependencies we'll be using. Then for the script here, I have provided, so that we can add out the patch for the rolling bar, I have provided the script. So you can just copy the script and paste it here. So you can just change this. So we're good to go. So we have the post install, and then we need this npx patch package, because we are creating a patch for the React Native rolling bar. So that's all we need to do here. So after everything, let's get started. We're going to do npm install, so that we can add the patch that will be installed. So save this. I say npm install for the patch. So it's been, see the new patch is installed. Make sure you save your package.json. Press Ctrl S for Windows computer. So it has installed and updated what the patch is. So we use it to correct some defects and errors with the rolling bar. So we're good to go. So the next thing we want to do now is to get started with the project. But before we do, I want to come to our app.tsx. So inside our app.tsx, we're going to change this. We're not going to be using this because inside our source, we have provided the navigation. So I'm going to be showing you all that shortly. So we have the root navigation, and I've provided it. So you won't have to waste time. If you've been following me, you would have learned how I created and structured my navigations. So, and I have an extensive, comprehensive tutorial on the navigation. So you can check the description box. I will leave it, or check the channel and get the tutorial navigation. So we won't have to repeat what has been done in our several tutorials. I want us to strictly concentrate on what matters most and the new features we're learning in this tutorial. So we can come here. I'll remove this, and inside here I'm going to use I'm going to call it navigation. So we're going to wrap everything inside our navigation. So we're going to import navigation from, so we're going to import navigation container from our React Native code. It has been imported. So navigation container has been imported from React navigation / native, and then we can import our root navigation. So yes, and then so we're good to go. That's all we need to do. We don't need this. So I know this won't be needed, so let's remove them. So we're good to go. We'll save this. Now we can get started with the project. So I'm just going to come here to our terminal, and I'm going to say npx expo start. So the project has been created. We're good to go. So I'm going to be using my Expo Go app from my iPhone to connect, and then So I need to use the QR code. So you can use what's best for you, what fits your use. So I'll need to use my Expo Go. So I just install Expo Go app on your phone and use the camera to scan this QR code, so to link them together. So that's what I'll be using. I'm going to so I can have my screen displayed. So I'm currently about to scan the QR code. So you see my project has started, it's working. So I'll display my screen shortly. So I'll be using Reflector 4 because I'm using an iPhone with a Windows computer. So for me, the faster way to share the screen on my iPhone on my Windows computer is just to use Reflector 4. So you can use any other approach that works for you. This is not the only way to go about it. So but I'll be using Reflector 4. So I'll just go to my screen mirroring on my phone, and then it connect to my Reflector 4, so I can connect them together. So you see the code is already displaying. I just need to copy and then write and input this code on my phone to share the screen on the computer. And cool, beautiful. My screen is now displayed. So we're good to go, and you can see the project is working. The starter template, everything is working fine. We already have the bottom tabs. So we have the home, we have the cart, we have the profile, and then we have the settings screen. Everything is working fine. So that means our app.tsx is also working very fine. So we can close that, and then we'll come to our navigation, the root navigator, and then tab navigator. So I'm just quickly going to run you through everything that was done there. And if you've been following me, you already understood how to do this, so now we have to waste time. And like I said, you can get a comprehensive explanation on navigation from my channel, and I'll also leave the link in the description box. So what I did here is we created the bottom tab, the stack, the params for the bottom tab. So we created 4, and that's why you're seeing 4 icons down here. So we created 4 bottom tabs. So we have the first one on the list is what, the home. So we have the home tab, and that's the first one on the list. We have the second one is the cart. We have the third as the profile, and then the fourth the setting. These are the stack params. So this is where we create the bottom tab navigator. So we created it and passed what the close this. So we've created it and then passed the what tab stacks param, which is this. So these params, that's what we passed into it. So this is where we now link it up with our with our root navigator, because most of our navigation is actually done at the root navigator level. So we use composite screen props to connect them together to share the screens. So we can navigate through from our root navigator and then through to our tabs navigator. So that's what we did here, and you can see this way happen. So we have what the root stack screen props, and then we're passing the tab stack. So this is the tab stack, we're passing into it. So that's what's going on, and from there we now created the tabs navigator and the tab screens. So when we got here, we got the tabs navigator. So we called the const tabs navigator, and then we get what navigator tab stack.navigator. So tab stack.navigator. So it's using this because we are already asking it to create bottom tab navigation. So inside this tab stack now we have navigator, and then we have screens, and that's what we need in this tutorial to create the bottom tabs. So by the time you enter tab stack dot, it will bring the option of what navigator and then screen and other options, but for now we need those navigators and the screen. So if you come here now, so we got this, and then we have, let me bring this down. So we have the screen options. We don't want to show the label, the default label, so we made it false. So and then we could come here. So after the tabs navigator is like the wrapper for, that's the wrapper for all our screens. So the tabs navigator, tab stack.navigator needs to come first. Navigator comes first, and then it's the wrapper or the screen. So from there we now get what the screen. So the screen, the first on the list is what, home, and that is why the first place we navigated that is showing when our upload is what, is home screen. So we have the tab stack.screen, and then we create the home screen, and then we linked it toward the home component which has been created in our screen. So just get the folder to make it faster. So we've already created that screen. So we have its home screen here. So let me just display that too. So we have what, the home screen that's already been created. So and you can see, because the home screen is at the tabs navigator level, navigation level, so we are using the tab stack screen props. So to link them up, so you can see we have the tab stack screen props. That's what we use for all the bottom tabs. So, and inside the task screen props, you have the home already. So if I come here inside the task screen prop and I do this, you see it's already displaying all the screens inside the bottom tab navigation. You can see, and we have 4. So we're using home, and that's how we got here. So we save, everything is cool. So we come here. So after the home, so we added some options. So header shows, we said false. We don't want to display the default header from React Native, so we want to display our own header. So we have the tab bar icon. So we say if it is focused, it will display this icon from ntypo, and the name of the icon is home, and then we give it the color, and that's why you have this color green that is showing here, because it is focused. So else it will give what the color of black, and that's why the other 3 are showing what the black color. So that's what's going on. So if I go to, you can see when I navigated to the cart screen, it changed. So come back here and everything is working fine. So from there we have the cart. The cart is the second on the list, and that's why it's showing as the second on the bottom tab as well. Then we have the profile, we have the settings. So that's all for the bottom tab. So we come to our root navigation. Our root navigation is almost similar. It's similar to what the bottom tabs. So we also created the stack params, the root stack params, just the same way we created the tab stack params. And inside the root stack params, you see the first on the list here is the tab stack. So the first on the list is what the tab stack, and we make the tab stack equal to what the tab stack params. So that's why, so in our navigator, because the navigation, like I said earlier, is done at the root navigator navigation level. So that's the reason why we have what the home to be the first screen to display, because the first on the list for our root stack params is what the tab stack, and the tab stack is what is connecting what the tab stack params. So we imported tab stack params from our root navigator. So you can see we imported tab stack params. So if we come here and the tab stack params, inside the tab stack params, home is the first. So that's why you have home as the first on the list here, and tab stack, the entire tab stack is the first on the root navigator. So it will now check what is the first on the list inside the tab stack, and that's why we have home as the first screen to be displayed. So we use navigation screen params to get what the tab stack, and then we pass the tab stack params into it. So after that, the second on the list here is after the bottom tabs, we have the service info screen. We have the pickup delivery, we have the checkout details, and then we created the root stack just the same way we created the tab stack. So we created the root stack, which will create what the root navigation, the native stack navigator, and then we pass what the root stack params. This is the same way we did for tab navigator. So this is it. We pass the root stack params into what the native stack navigator, and after that we'll create. So after that we'll create this root stack screen props. Just the same way we create the tab stack screen props. So just the same way we create the tab stack screen props, we create what the root stack screen props, and that's what we'll need to use when we at the screen for all the root stack screens. So for the root stack screens, majorly, for example, we have the service info screen is at the root stack level. So if we go to service info screen here now, service info screen. So if I go there now, you discover that we're using what root stack screen prop. So it will import it from our root stack navigation. Just the same way for our home screen, we use what the tab stack screen props, because our home screen is a member of what the tab stack and not the root stack. So at that point we are using what the tab stack screen props, and it imported it from our tabs navigation, and then we pass what home into it. The same way we came to our service info screen, and then because it's a member of the root navigation, so we imported what we're calling it from what the root stack screen props. And just the same way we did, if I remove this, and you can see it's bringing all the screens inside the root stack. So we have the tab stack as the first one, and inside the tab stack we have all the bottom tabs, and inside the bottom tabs we have home as the first on the list. So, and after that we have the checkout details, we have this pickup delivery, and then we have the service info screen. So that's what's going on. So I pick the appropriate one, and then we save, and everything, we're good to go. It seems we have an error, so everything is fine now. There's no error. We actually didn't save it, so it has been saved. So we can come back to our root stack screen our root stack. So these are the screens that we'll be using in it, and I think this explains everything. So we're good to go. We can now move out of this and get started. So we're going to get started with our home screen. So let's save changes and then we'll get started with our home screen. So we're going to get started with the header section. We'll call it the hero section. So without wasting time, we're going to start with the location header, and from there we'll go to the search bar. So let's quickly get started with the location header. And to do this, we're going to be using flat list. So we're going to be using flat list. So I'm just going to come here and say const section. So let's call the section list data. So it's going to be an array of object. So this was going to have title, and we're going to call the title hero section. So hero section, and then let's give it data, and then we have the render item. So the render item is a callback function, and for now we're just going to leave it this way. So this is supposed to be parenthesis colon. So I'm just going to duplicate this, and then we change this to call to action. So we're good to go. Come back there. Let me zoom this out a little so you can see the entire screen. So inside here, I'm going to say const render header. So render header, we're going to get view from React Native, and then inside this view we're going to render the location header. So let's quickly go and create the location header so we can render it. So I'll go to my folder. So don't forget, all the folder and the files for this tutorial has been added. So you get in the description box, just get it and then follow through the way I did it. So you don't have to waste time on that. So I'll come to my component. Inside my component, I have the home header. And inside the home header, I have the location header. So that's what we're going to make use of now. So because we need to move faster, and then I'm just going to copy this and explain. So inside the home header, we are going to have our safe area view. We're going to have our view. We are using our styles. All the styles for this project. So I've added it in the starter template, so you get it. So I'll just come down to our styles here. Our style sheet, all the styles are there. So we need a header style. So it's here, header style. So we're using. So here we're using header location container. So come here, you can see we have the header location container. Inside the header location container, we're spreading out a flex row between, and we imported that from our constant. So it was imported from our constant. I'm going to show you now. You see, we imported it from constant. So we imported the color, the flex row between, margin and size. So I'll just take you to constant. You see constant here. So this is the way we did it, because most of the styles that we'll be repeating, instead of repeating the styles, I just created it separately, so we can just reuse the style without having to repeat the entire style. We have the flex row between, so we'll give it a type of a view style, and then we have the flex direction row, justify content space between align item center. And you know this, we're going to use it often, so I just created it separately here, so we can just you can just import. I'm using export, so you can just import it anywhere you want to use it. So that's the idea. And if you want to change it, like the way I did the spread, header style container, you can I spread it here. So in case you want to change any of the properties inside, so once you spread it, you can change the properties and everything will work fine. So that's the idea. So you can see for flex row gap too, we created a constant for it, and then so we can just call flex row gap anywhere we need flex row and space between, and then we want to add the gap. So if you need to adjust the gap, for example, all you just need to do is spread flex row gap and then change the gap, and it will work perfectly. So we also have flex row gap container, so you can see. So this is just like what I said. So this one has flex direction and align item center. So anyway, we want to use flex direction and align item center, we just call flex row gap container. And even if you don't want to use gap, you can now spread it and make the gap equal to 0. So that's just the idea. So we have the centralized text also. The same thing is applicable.
Yeah, so we have justifying content and then align item center. So this one doesn't have gap, so it depends if you want to spread and remove the gap, or you just take this. And then another one that we use often in this project is the shadow. It's the shadow style. So we created it also. So the same way you can spread it and change any of the properties. You can spread it, choose any of the properties and change the value. So we also created screen height and the screen width. We have the colors, so you can see the colors. Then we have the size, and then we have margin. So this explains everything. So we're good to go. So we'll come here. That's why we're using what flex. We're using flex row between, and we're using gap of 2 here, and then background color white, padding 4. So that's for the location header style. So that's the first one, the container. So we repeated it here, and then we are passing the icon. The icon that we're passing is location, then the size. So we're passing the location icon. So I'm just going to save this and then bring it forward so that you can see it here. So I'm going to import. So let's import our location header here. Location header. So you see, we just import location header and everything is good. We are good to go. So we're having an error here because we need to add a comma here. So the error is gone. So if we come to the location header, let me just close this. So we have so the first part is, so we are using flex row, that flex row between, and then what we're doing is we want them to appear horizontally. So inside that we also have another container because we have 2 sections there. So we are using location container again. We want to flex the location icon, and then the user name. So all of them, they are together, so you can see. So we have the username, so we want to flex them inside the initial flex direction row. So we have a chevron down. We have the name of the location name and the name of the user, and then we have the location here. So that's what's going on here. You're going to see it shortly. And after that, so this will close this close this container, and then we'll now flex this container flex direction rule with what we apply to what this. So this flex direction rule is applicable for it. So it will now flex this content inside here and then flex this one with this. So we have the menu bar towards the right end, the top right end, and then this other one, the initial one, towards the left hand side. So that's what we're just doing here. So I think we're good to go. So come back to our home screen. So inside our home screen, I'm going to come, and then we're going to use save area view inside here instead of. So I'm going to use save area view. So I'm going to say use save area view, and then the save area view, we're going to add style flex 1, and then padding top. We're going to use platform.os. So if it's equal to Android, we're going to give the padding top of 40, else it will be padding top of 0. So we're good to go. So what we're going to be using a section list here. So I'm just going to import section list from React Native section list. So inside the section list, we're going to have the sections. So the section will be equal to our section list data, and then we are going to have the list header. The list header component will be equal to our render header. So this is the render header here. That's what we're using. So okay, I think I know where the problem is coming from. We're not supposed to use this. We're supposed to use parentheses. So we do not have any error there. So we have render section header, and then it said that we're going to call section. So inside this section, we're going to say if section. So we're going to say if section dot title. Yeah, correct. If section dot title is not equal to, if it's not equal to hero section. If it's not equal to hero section, we're going to return null. So we'll say return null. Else we will return. So else we will return So let's just add an empty fragment for now. So I think we're good to go. And then let me zoom in the screen so you can see what we've been doing so far. So if I save this now, cool, beautiful, you can see the header section, the location header is appearing already. And just like I mentioned, mentioned, we have the location header, we have the location icon, then we have the username, we have the chevron down here, and then we have the North Atlantic region showing the location of the user, and then we have the menu towards the right hand side. So we'll come back to it here, and then you can see all the styles there. So you can just check the styles out. It will be in the description box in the starter template. So we have all the styles there. So everything, you have the location, the icon, which is this red, and the colors is red. We have the touchable opacity or to render the username, and then we have the username container. All these styles are in what you can just check them. You can see the username container. So you just check them and then make use of it accordingly. So we have the chevron down, see. So we have after that we have what the location, the user location. So we're just rendering the dummy data here, and then we have the menu. So that's what we're doing. So I think we're good to go. We can save these and then close it. So we're done, and then we're done here. So the next thing we'll do is we'll render. Okay, I'm coming. Let me add some other properties here. So we're going to have sticky header enabled. We're going to make sticky header enabled to be what, true, and then we are going to say shows vertical scroll indicator. We'll make it false. So we make show vertical indicator false, and then we're good to go. So we can save all this. So we'll come back to our section list, the header. So we're going to say, we come in here that, okay, if the title is equal to hero section, so we don't apply the section list header. The section list header will not be applicable to that. So that's why we're returning null. Else it will now we will now render our headers component. So, and it's going to be the sticky header. So without wasting time, let's create this. So we're going to come here, and then we're going to use view from React Native. So inside this view, we're going to say, let's say star. Let me just add an inline style to that, and inside here we're just going to use background color. That's all we want to add here, and let's make it white. So we're good to go. So inside here I'm going to render the headers component inside of this. So let's go and then bring our headers component from our components folder. So we'll come to our component folder. We have headers component. So this is our headers component, and inside our headers component, I'm just quickly going to paste that in. So this is our headers component. We're going to be needing the search bar. So I will import the search bar shortly. So we're using this search bar. The search bar is going to be our sticky header. So that's why we're passing into the headers component. So we can save these and then import headers component here. So we're going to say headers component. Headers component, it has been imported. Then we can save it inside here. So we'll come back to our headers component, and then we get our search bar. So our search bar, it's already here. So we can just inside the component home header. So inside the home header, we have our search bar. So we have the search bar. So I'll just bring the search bar. So this is the search bar. So I have our search bar already copied. So we can come and so let me just minimize this for now. We'll come back to it later. So inside our search bar, we have the placeholders test there. So this is the search bar, and then we're using the Sephora view the same way we did earlier on. And in here, we're using an array of style. So we're using the flex row between. We're using the flex row between, and then we're using the padding of 10. So from our headers style, so we have header dot flex row between. So we have the search bar. So we have, and then we're using active opacity. So let me just bring this down here so it's more visible. So we're using touchable opacity. We're giving a search bar container. This is the search bar container. We have the search bar container. We have flex direction. So we have all these as for our search bar container. So like I said, for example, we can go to our constant, and then instead of rewriting all these things, we could use so we can use flex row between as flex direction row, justify constant space between and align item center. So we can come to our constant here and remove these three, and then just bring in our flex row between, and that's the way we're good to go, and it covers for it. So that's the idea. We could just save it here, and then we're good to go. So we have the search bar container. So that's the search bar container. That's the container. So inside it we're having what, the icon search. So it'll be on the left as the first on the list, so it will be on the left hand side. So we are using the search icon, and then inside it we are displaying what, the rolling text. We import the rolling text. That's from our rolling banner, from our rolling bar. So React Native rolling bar, that's where we import the rolling text from. And inside the rolling text we are giving a default value, default style false, interval 3, that's this every 3 seconds. And we give it custom style. The custom style is a rolling text container, so you can see here. So this is rolling text container, and then that's the style we're passing to it. So we could come back to our search bar. Inside our search bar, so we're having what, the placeholder text, and then we're using the map function to animate this text, the placeholder text. So if you come here, these are the placeholder text that I created. I provided them here, so you can see wash and fold service, dry cleaning services, iron services, bulk laundry services. So that's what we are, and it's what is an array of what, string. So, and that's what we're passing here. And then we're displaying what, the text. We're mapping through the placeholder text, and then we're displaying them. After that, we have what, the mic icon. So to display it towards the right hand side. So I'll save this. And then we'll come to our headers component here, and let's import the search bar. So I'm just going to do search bar. So it's going to import it from search bar instead, and then we can save this, and we're good to go. And you can see, beautiful, the search bar is already appearing. And you can see this is beautiful, just the way I explained the whole thing. And you can see we have the search bar, we have the search icon, we can see the rolling text, and it's showing the text here, and then we have what, the mic icon. So this is beautiful, and we're good to go. So I'm just going to save this. So inside, we're done with the search bar. So we can close this as well, and then move on. So we can remove this, remove this as well, and then we can close this. So we're done with the search bar, and then we are done with the headers component. So we can remove all that. Package.json, we can remove that too. Remove the project data. So let's save this. So we're good to go. And then the next one we want to work on now is the banner slider. So we need to go to the banner slider quickly. So we're going to come here inside the banner slider. We're going to create the banner slider. So let's create the banner slider. So we have the banner section, and then we have the banner slider. Inside the banner, I'm just going to tsrnf. So we're going to do this, make us this, and then inside here, inside our banner slider, we're going to be using, so inside the banner slider, I'm going to remove this. So we can save this, bring it to our home screen here, and then we are going to use banner slider up here. So in here, we're going to use banner slider. So banner slider has been imported. So we can save it. You can see this is working fine. So we have the banner slider there. It's already displaying what we have inside the banner slider. That's the text here. That's what it's displaying currently. So everything is working fine. We're going to use carousel from React Native carousel. That's what we'll be using to display the banners images. So I'm going to remove this. So if I remove it, you see banner slider has gone. So we're going to import carousel. Okay, I think I need to do that manually. So let's come here. Let's come here and import carousel from React Native reanimated carousel. So we can bring carousel here, and inside this carousel we're going to have width. The width will be equal to, so from our constant, import screen width, yes, and then the height. So we're going to use, let's give it a height of 250. I'm going to give it height to 50. We're going to say vertical false, and then we're going to use loop. We are going to use paging enabled, and then we are going to use snap enabled, and then we're going to say default index will be 0. Okay, we can leave that out for now. And then we are going to have we need to have the data. So the data will be equal to images. So we need to get our images up. So to do that, I'm just going to come here and create the image. I'm going to use a use state. for that. So I'll come here and say const, let's call it const images and set images to be equal to use state. So let's import use state from React, and then we're going to be passing the type, and then we're going to use banner images. I think I have banner images already. Yes, banner images. So it's going to import it from our, so we have it from our data, from our laundry data. I've also included it in the starter template, so you can get it from there. So if I go to our data, this is component data, so you have what, you have the laundry app data there. So we have what, we have the images there, so everything is here. I've also left it in a starter template so you can make use of it. So everything is here. So what I'm going to do, we need to add the types for it to run. So I'm just going to come down to the types, come down to types check, and then we say slide, we call it slider types check. So all the files are already there. Yeah, it's true. We're just coming into that and then adding the types to it. So what we're using is the slider params. So the slider params, so we're going to say, I'm going to say export interface slider params. So slider params, we're going to get the ID will be string. So ID will be string, and then we'll get the title. The title will be string as well, and then this is supposed to have a colon. So we have the image URL. So the image URL will be string as well. So we're good to go. We can save this, and then inside our laundry app data, so it's already working. So it's an array. We're displaying an array of these. So we have currently 1, 2, 3. We have 3 images inside our banner images. So we could come here. So we can come here now, and then our state here, we'll say we will import the slider params from our type check, and then we're going to make it an array as well. We're good to go. So we're having an error. The error is because of the carousel we have down here. So we're going to correct that now, and then we're going to pass our images into it. So, and then the last thing it's asking us for, we still need to get one of the properties there. I think we need to get the render item. So we need to get the render item. So the render item will be, an item, and the item will give it a type. The type will be carousel. That's why we have a carousel render. Okay, I think we have an error with the way we're writing this. Okay, yeah, I think I know where the problem is coming from. So we're supposed to have this. Yeah, that's why we couldn't get the type up. So we should be able to get the type now. So we have render, I think render item, good. So render item info should be this. Render item info, and then we will pass our slider params to it. So slider params will be passed into this. So just you can see everything clearly. So we have our slider params inside it. So we can render. So inside here we can render the view, and then view from React Native. So we have the view. So the error is gone. So let's save this so that we can bring our app back. So cool. So everything is working fine now. We have this search bar. Okay, let me just zoom this in so you can see it. So this is beautiful. So everything is working nicely. So we're good to go. So inside here now we're going to use the image. We're going to use image from React Native. Let's import image from React Native. So image from React Native, yes. So we can have the source now. Yeah. So the source will be, we're going to be using a URI. So the URI is going to be it item dot the image URL. Then we're going to give it a star. So I'm going to create an inline style. I'm going to create a style here. So I'm just going to bring in the style. So we're going to use styles.image. So I'm going to be providing that shortly. So we're good to go here. So we're using styles.
So styles.image, so I'm going to bring that in. So I'm just going to come down here and then so I've added the styles. Let's import styles from React Native. So we import styles from React Native and everything is fine. So inside it we have the image, so we're giving it styles.image, we're 100% width, and then height 100%, resize mode will be cover. So I think we're good to go. So we'll come to so we can save this. Beautiful, and you can see the images are coming up already. So we'll continue working on it so that everything will display fine. So the next thing we'll need to do is let's make the image, let's autoplay the image. So to autoplay the image, I'm going to use, I created a use effect that I'll use to autoplay the image. So I have a active index and set active index, and then we're using useState, and then the initial state is equal to 0. So from here I'm going to get let's import ref from React. So we're importing ref from React, and here use carousel type. So we're going to import element ref from React. So I could just say element ref. So let's import element ref from React. So we're having an error here. So it's in React.elementRef. So element ref seems to have been deprecated. So the declaration was marked as deprecated here, and then it's saying we should use component props with ref. So I think I'm using React 19.0, I mean 19 version, and so I think it has been deprecated in the version, in 19 version upward. So that's what it's saying. So another thing we can do here is we could just we'll remove these, and then we can use the type from carousel, React reanimated carousel, React Native reanimated carousel. So there's one called carousel, yes, carousel instance. So from React Native reanimated carousel, so we can import this. So I think it's working here. So we can just use that, and then we'll leave this out. So come here, let's import use effect from React. So you see everything is working. So if I save this now, we can save this, and then we need to pass use effect. So what I'm doing here exactly, let me just explain that. We're using this to autoplay this slider. So we're checking the interval, we're using the interval, we're setting the interval here, and we're using the carousel. So if it's equal to current, so we'll get the constant next index. So to quickly explain what's going on here, we're using this and the modulo operator to move to the next index. So we're getting the constant index here, and then we're saying the active index, we want to get the active index and then +1. Let's say, for example, in this tutorial, the images we have there are equal to 3. So the images length will be 0, 1, and 2. So let's say, for example, if the active index is equal to 1, if the active index is equal to 1, then it will be the active index plus what, 1, which is equal to the current active index is equal to 1. Then we add it to this one will be 2, and then the length of the image is also 2. So if it's also 2, so it will now be 2 divided by what, 2, and which will give us 0, and it will give us 1, it will remainder 0. So it will not remain anything. So that's the modulo operator. So it's looking at it's making the division and checking the remainder. So if the remainder is equal to 0, then it will use the remainder. So the remainder will become what? So it will return to what? The first image on the list. So it will go to 0. So but for example, if the active index is equal to 0, so it will now be 0 plus 1, which is what, 1, divided by the total length, the length of the image, which is 2. And if we say 1 divided by 2, it's not possible. So that's the idea. It will remain what? It will remain what? 1. So 2 cannot divide 1. So the 1 will always remain. So that remainder, so it will now what? It will move to that 1. You get? So it will move to that 1. 1 will now becomes what? The active index. Then at that point, for it to move to the next index, it will now calculate it. The current index now is 1. We'll now say plus 1, which is equal to 2, divided by the image's length in our scenario, which is 2. So 2 divided by 2, it will be 1 and remains 0. So that's the idea. I hope it's clear enough. That's the modulo operator. That's what it's used for. So that's what we're getting here. So we get the next index. So we're saying carousel. So we're now saying carousel ref, the ref dot the current dot scroll to. So we're now saying the index. We specify the index. So it will now be what, the index that we calculated here, and the animated will be what, true. So after that, we also set what the active index equal to what the next index. So that's just the idea, and it keeps moving. So there will be that circular flow, a circular movement, and then we want it to happen. We want everything to be calculated after 5 seconds. So it will be 5 seconds for each image displaying in our banners on our banner slider. And then after that, we want to use the clear interval to clear what the interval so that it can restart. And then this thing is sensitive to, because we're using use effect, so it will always trigger this function every time the active index change, or anytime the image does length change. So that's the idea. So we'll come here now. So once we are done with this, we'll come here and we use the ref. So we're going to use the ref here. So the ref will be, so we're going to use carousel ref. So if I save this now and everything works, our animation should start every 5 seconds. So let me enlarge this. Beautiful, you can see it's already working. So this is beautiful, right? So you can see we have 3 images there. So it'll go back to the first. You can see this is beautiful. Everything is working out fine. So, and we have the height, we have everything working perfectly fine. So the next thing we want to work on now is the image, the dot, the pagination. So I want to quickly work on the pagination too. And to do that, I'm going to come down here after our carousel. So I'm going to come here and say, active, if active index is not equal to null. So if it's not equal to null, then it will perform this. So if it's not equal to null, we will now perform what the image, the pagination. So we'll come inside here and then we're going to perform. I'm going to render a view. So this is it. So I'll just explain everything. So we're using the view, and then we're using the styles.dot container, which is down here. We have the style.dot container. So this is, we have flex direction row, we have width 100, align self, margin, and then justify content center. So we'll come here now. What we'll do here is so we need to get the dot. So we're mapping through the images, and then we're getting what we're using the index. So, and then we're passing the active index equal to the active index in our use state, and then the dot index is equal to this index. So that's what we're doing. So quickly, let's go and work on the dot. We go to component here. Inside our component, we should have our dot there. So this is the dot. Inside our home header, inside our banner section, we have the banner section, and then inside it we have the dot. That's the dot we want to make use of here. So I'm going to bring the dot here. So we have our dot here. So what we need to do is, let's get the params for the dot. So let's create the dot params. So it's inside our slider. So our slider check. So we're going to get our slider. Where's our slider? So we can remove this. So inside our slider types check, we can come there and render the dot. So I'm going to use export. So we're going to call it dot params. So dot params is an interface dot params. So inside that we're going to have our active index. Active index will be number, and then after that we're going to have the dot index. The dot index will also be a type of number. So we'll save this and then bring it to our dot. It's already saying it, so we're good to go. So inside it here we're going to, so I'm just going to explain the whole thing so we'll get clarity. So this is the outer dot. So this is the outer view for the dot, and then we have the inner view of the dot here as well. So I'm using an inline style there. So we're passing a width of active index. If the active index is equal to, if it's equal to active index, so we want the dot index to be, we want to get the width. So we're saying if the active index is equal to the dot index, so if the index are the same, then we want to pass what we want the width to be 30, else the width will be 5. So that's it. So then the height for the pagination, for the dot pagination, will be 4. Then the background color, this is the background color. We have the radius of 50, margin horizontal, and overflow hidden. So this is now the inner. This is the inner view where our dot animation is going to take place. So we give it height of 100%, width 100%, color of green, border radius 50, and then we're passing an animated style into it. So the animated style, I'll just explain what that is doing. So we're getting the animated style. We're using the use animated style from reanimated, and we're telling it the width. So we're using the animated width dot value. Then animated. So we're getting the value multiplied by what 100, and this is just we're passing like a string. So it's an object literals that we're using. Whatever the calculation is, it will make it percent. It will bring it into what percent. Like if, for example, the animated width value is equal to 1, so it will be 1 times 100, which will now be what 100, and then the percentage, it will now make it what 100%. So I hope you understand that. So and then we are animating it gradually, so it will move from 0% up and they continue to move up toward 100%. So based on the animated value. So that's what we're doing there. So and then we come here, and then we're using the use effect to do that, to achieve that. So let me quickly explain that. So we declare the animated value here, and we're using use shared value from reanimated, and the initial width will be what, 0. So it's going to start from 0. That's the initial width. So we're using our use effect. From the use effect, so we're checking first if the active index is equal to dot index. That's when it will run. So if it's equal to it, we're using animated width dot value, and then we're using what, we'll change the value of our animated width, which was 0 here. So we want to change it, and we're using width repeat. So we're using with repeat, which repeat is also from reanimated, and we're using with repeat and passing what, the width timing from reanimated. So from through the width timing, we'll change it to what, we'll change the animated width, the value of the animated width to what, to 1. The duration we're using is 5 seconds, and here it is very important because based on the platform and then the platform and the type of phone you are using, the device you are using. So reduce motion, if the reduce motion is active on that device, this animation will not run. So it is very important that you, now after that, you get what, your reduced motion, and then you set the reduced motion equal to what, never, to allow the animation to run. So we're telling it will repeat once. To reverse it, no. So we're making this false. So the animated width value here, the callback function is used to reset the animated width value back towards 0. So that's what we're just doing here. So like I said, so this is always going to repeat. It will repeat the animation once and not infinitely. So we're not using reverse animation. That's why we set it to false. And then when the animation finishes, it will reset the animated width value back towards 0. That's what we're saying for each of the animation. And then we're saying else. Else here is if the active index is not equal to dot index, they are simply going to be, you just give them the animated width of value of what, of 0. So I think, and this will only be triggered, this function will always rerun based on what, the changes in active index, dot index, and animated width. So every time anytime there's a change in any of these, it will rerun the function. Do not forget the reduce motion. It's very important for some different devices. So setting this to never will always make the animation run at full speed. If not, for some devices it may not run. So please take note of that. So we can move on, and then everything is fine. So with this will always give us what, the percentage, the calculation and the percentage. So with this, we can save this and go back to our banner slider, and let's import the dot animation properly. So if we come here, import dot animation from dot, so we're good to go. So if I save and everything work out fine, we should have our animation. So before I save, let me zoom in the screen so you can see everything in real time. So now I'll save it. And cool, see, this is beautiful. You can see it's running already. And then we have for the first, you see, for the active index, you see our animation is running, and this is beautiful. Kindly like, subscribe, share these, and then send in your comments. I'll appreciate it. So we can move on. We're moving on well, and everything is working fine. So we can continue with our project. So the next thing we want to do now, so let me close before we move on. Let me close this, and then, so I think we're done with the banner slider as well. So we can move on. So I'm going to save this, and then we can close the banner slider. So we'll come back to our home screen. So we're done with the banner slider, the hero section. So the next thing we want to work with now is our call to action. So from our call to action, the first one we're going to deal with majorly here is the available services. So what we could do here is, so the next thing we're going to work with now is let's get the laundry service section. So to get the laundry service section, we're just going to come to our component. So let's go back to our component. So we have the home header. So let me just write it down inside the component folder, the component. So I'm going to call it, let's call it laundry service section .tsx. So inside the laundry service section, I'm going to just paste it here as well, and then I'll explain the whole idea. We can close this. So inside the laundry section, service section, so we can bring laundry service section here as well. So we're going to create laundry service section, and then we bring it into our home. So from here, so we need to get all this. So we'll be making use of our backend. We'll go to our backend shortly, but before we do that, so we need to import the style too. So we're going to import the styles. So before we do all this, we need to get them from our backend. So we need the service card params. So let's get that. We'll get our service card params from our types check. So here I'm just going to, so I'll just come here. Let's get the this thing, the types. So to get the types, I'll come here. So we have home types check, so it's from home types check. So let's just, or I could just, let's just add it directly to our types param. So let me bring types param, so we're gonna get it from there. So I'm going to say export interface. So I'm going to say export interface. So the first one we'll need is the services. Let's call it service params. Service params will be, so we need the ID. ID will be string. Then we need the title as well. So we need the title. The title will also be string. And then we need the icon URL. So the icon URL will be string, an array of string. So we're just going to do it this way. So after that, we're going to get export interface. So export interface will be, let's get our service card params. So service card params will be our item, and inside the item we're going to get, so let's just get all the types here. I'm going to use all these, we're going to repeat them. Here we're going to get the active card, so let's make it optional. So we're going to say string, and then we have the onPress function. So it'll be a callback and it will be void. So we're good to go here. So we can come to our service, to this place. I'm bringing, let's import service params from our core. So that's what we use to render the service card. So what we'll do here is, the next thing is we want to get the service card itself. So let's work on our service card. So we can't find service card yet, so let's go to our components. Instead of our components at the card, we have the service card. So we can bring the service card up, and then inside it we're going to, so inside our card here, we're just going to bring the service card, and inside the service card, so we're going to bring the service params. So I'll explain everything shortly. We're not going to need this one now, so we need to bring the params. So we're going to import. So we have imported that. So for now, let's leave this. I'll come back to it. So we have the navigation. So this is the service card. So the service card is using the service section style. So we have the style imported from our style sheet. So if I come here, so we have service section style. So we have it here. So this is what we're using. So we have the container padding 10, section label, we have font size 20, font weight. So we won't waste time on all this. It has already been added for you, so you can see everything that we did there. So you can see the image container, everything is there, is right here. So we'll come back to our service card. So from our service card, we have, this is the image container. We have the image container there, and then we are getting the source is from item.icon, and then we're displaying the first image inside the icon URL. Remember, the icon is an array of images. So when we've added a style, the image style is there, and then resize mode is contained. So from there we can, okay, let me just show you the image container. So you see we have the image, width is 120, height 80, border radius 4. The image container, we use flex 1, justify content center, and align items center. So that's what we're doing there. So we can come here now, and then after the image, the next thing, after the icon, we want to display the title of each service. So we'll display the title, and this is the text. We're using the text. We have the card label. You can see the styles there, and then we have the item.what title. So everything is coming from our service card params. So our service type card params, we have the item, and inside our TypeScript, the service type card params. So you can see service card params. So this is what you're getting the title. We're using the icon URL. So from these we can also get so let's just create the navigation context. So to create the navigation context, I'm going to go back to our context folder, so we can create the navigation context there, so that we can use our navigation globally. So that's the reason why it's better to use the navigation context, so you can navigate from any component anywhere you are in your app. You don't have to pass navigation from one child to another till you get to the parent. It's not good performance wise, so you can just use the context so that you can navigate from anywhere. So, and if you've been following my tutorials, in the previous tutorial I did the same, so you would have known how to do this context. It's just the same thing, so I won't be wasting time on that too. So I have my navigation context already. So this is the code for the navigation context. So I'll just bring everything up. So we're using interface. The interface is navigation context type. So we're getting the navigation, and we're using our composite navigation props. So we are linking it up with our bottom tab navigation props, and inside our bottom tabs we are using the tab stack params. I hope you still remember that. So we're using tab stack params, and then we're starting from home, and then the navigation, the native stacks navigation prop, we use the what, this root stack params, and the first on the list is the tab stack. So okay, let me just, for benefit of doubt, so we're going to go back to our navigations. So our navigation folder, you'll see inside it, we're using the tab stack params. That's where all our bottom tabs are. So you can see, so we have the home, the cart, profile, and settings. So that's what we're using. So we're using navigation, composite navigation. Remember what we use composite navigation props, so I explained that earlier. So, and for the bottom tab navigation prop, so from there, what are the properties, what are the props and params we're using tab stack params, and we're calling home, and then native stack, that's for the root stack. So we're using native stack navigation props, and we're passing the root stack params to it, and the first on the list there is also what, tab stack. So if I go to, let's go to the root navigation. So you see that we're using root navigation, root stack param. So you can see, and tab stack is the first on the list. So that's just what's going on here, so that we have linked all the navigations together, both all our screens, all our bottom tabs, we have linked them together so we can access them from anywhere using our context. So that's the idea. So we've linked the bottom tabs up with what, the native stack navigation props. All of them are linked together using what, the tab stack params and the root stack params. So we can access it anywhere, we can navigate to any of them anywhere in our app. So we'll save the navigation context, and then we can come to our service card. And then we, first of all, we need to, because we specify the home there, so we need to come to our home screen and use the context there from our home screen, so for everything to work well. So if we come to our home screen, so inside our return, we need to wrap our whole entire app inside the navigation context. So to do that, we're just going to come here, so our save area view. So inside our save area view now, we're just going to say, we're going to get the nav context. So we're going to say nav context. So you can see, so we import it. So nav context.provider. So provider. So cool, this is what we're supposed to use. And then we'll get the value. The value will be, we'll pass our navigation. So we'll pass our navigation. Cool. So we're passing this navigation into it. And now pass our save area view, everything will pass it inside what? We'll pass inside the nav context. So we're good to go. Our home is set. So okay, for now, so that I won't have an error, so that I won't have any error. So I'm just going to remove this and use our empty fragment. So we save it, everything is fine. So we can come back to our service. So we can close the navigation context. So that's all. So we can close this navigation context from here, save it, and then close it. So we can come to our service card. This is our service card. We can now call what? We can call navigation context. So we already imported context from React, and then we need to call navigation context. So we're going to import it from our navigation context. So that's it. So we come here, so that when an on-press event happens on the card, we can navigate to the info section. So that's the idea here. So that's the on-press function there. So we can come, and that's everything we need to do here. I think we're good to go. So we can save this. Once we save this, we come to our, so we can come to our laundry service section. We have the service card, everything is fine. So let's import our style. So service section style from, so we import the styles there. So for now, let me just close the flat list so that the error will be gone. So we need to work with our backend to get the data from the backend. We need to create the data. So from here, so okay, we need to import service card. So let's import service card. Okay, what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to close this, and let's import the service card properly. Cool, so everything is working fine. So I can come back to our home screen, and then let's bring back our laundry section. So if I save it, you can see, so we have the laundry section is already displaying. So if you go back to the laundry section, you will see the laundry section. We have so you see we have available services. So available services already displaying our laundry section. So we need to go and work with the backend. Let's create the data, the service, we're going to create the service, we're going to create the categories, and we're going to create all the items. So that's what we'll do next. So we're just going to go and get started. Let's go and create the backend so we can get started with that. So I'll come out of the source here. We have backend, so I'm going to delete this one. Let's create the folder structure first, the style template for the backend. So I'll come to my project data here, and then we're going to use this again. I'll come to my terminal. Inside the terminal, let's get a new terminal. Let's add a new terminal. So inside this terminal, I'm going to, let's wait for it. So it's going to be inside our laundry app. So inside the laundry app, we're going to create a backend. So I'll paste the code here and make changes to it. So we'll come here, and then we're going to change these to backend. That's just all we need to change there. So we're going to say backend. So we can go ahead, it will install that. I need to create that rather. So you see the backend app has been created. So we have the backend here already, so everything is there. We have the node for the backend, we have the package.json for it as well. So I'll go to my laundry app, and what I'm just going to do, I'm going to take the TypeScript, I'm going to take the service, so I'm going to take all the folders there, and then the assets, and then the, so this is, I'll take the index as well, and then I'll bring everything into my backend. So for all the ones that are existing, I will just replace them. So everything has been imported into my backend. So you can just do the same. So you make it faster. I think we're good to go. So the next thing we'll do here is just, what I will do here is, okay, I'm just going to say let's navigate to backend and then open the backend in another VS Code window. So cd backend, and then let's use code dot to open it in another VS Code window. So we're good to go. So this is the package.json for the backend. So this is the package.json. So we need to install all the necessary dependencies there. So quickly, without wasting time, I'm just going to install those dependencies that we'll need here. So let's go to terminal, open new terminal. And then we need express. So let's check the spellings. Everything is correct. Malta, Mongo's, Malta, NodeMon, TS Node, and then we need Express. So we can install all these dependencies. That's what we need. If we need other dependencies, we'll come back and install them later. So for now, we'll just install these and move on. So while it's installing, let's go to our services, and then inside our database, then we need to get our Express app. If you've been following my tutorial as well, you'd have learned how we integrate I will connect our database to MongoDB database. So you can just follow through and do that. I will not be doing extensive explanation on that, so you can check my previous tutorial. So I will not be repeating the same thing here. So I'll just go to my service. So inside the database, before we do database, let's go to our config. Okay, all the packages have been installed. So all the packages have been installed. We need to change so our main will use index.tx. So here we're not going to use expo start, we're going to use NodeMon. So we're going to say NodeMon, and then we're going to use index.ts. So I think that's just we need to change here. So we can save this. So once we save this, we come to, before we start with let's go to our config. So I already have it here, port 82. So for this, we also, let me just comment this out. So this is what I need for now. I need the Mongo URI. So I'm using this. I'm using a Compass. I have a Mongo Compass installed on my system, so that's what I'm using to make everything faster. So you can just check my previous tutorial, or if you already know how to connect to MongoDB, so you can check my previous tutorial to get that, how to connect to MongoDB. We'll not be going through all that in this tutorial. So I'm going to save these, and then we'll come to our database. So it's our database. So this is what I'm going to be using. So the approach is the same, either you are using Mongo Compass or Atlas. So it doesn't matter. It's the same way. You're going to connect the same way. So we're importing our Mongo URI from our config index, the index.ts there, and don't forget I use .tx for my backend and tsx for my front end. So you may need to note that. So So we have this, and then we're trying to connect to our MongoDB database. So we're telling to await mongos.connect. So we are getting mongos from our mongos that we installed, and then we are sending the connection string toward the back end. That's to our Mongo URI, which is inside here. So this is it. So this is what we're connecting to. Is the approach is the same. So for our Express app, so from our Express, we are importing Express from Express, and we are importing application, and then we are getting our app. So we're making it equal to the type. So it's called application, so which was imported here, and then we're using app.use express.json URL encoded, and then we're making the assets. So that's basically everything we need to do here, so that won't waste time. So for the database also, we save that. So after that, the next thing we need to go and work on is the index. So I'm going to bring the index here. We're going to be making changes to it. So inside the index, we've imported Express from Express, and then we're importing app. We're calling it app. We are the one the name. You can give it any name you like. It's a custom name. I declared this name by myself. So, but we are calling the Express app, which is this app. So we're calling this file inside our index. So let me close the config. So that's what we're calling here. So that's what we're calling here. So we named it, I named it app, and the same thing for my dbcon. So it's from database. So we're calling this database file. So, and I named the dbcon. You can call it any name you like. And I'm getting I imported the port from our config, the index. So, and then I run this, I just created this code, this little function to start the server. So start server, and then was a const app equal to what express that we imported. So we called it, and then we're saying await what dbcon and await app, and then we pass what? We'll pass the app into it. That's express. So we're passing it into the app, and then we're saying app.listen. So it will listen to it, and if it's everything work out fine, console.log with new connection received from the port, and the port is 8082 that we declared in our config, and then we are calling the function here so it can run. So we're calling what? Start server. So we save everything now, and then we can go and check if everything worked out fine. We should have a connection to the backend. So we can come to the terminal here and say npm start. So let's see. So you can see NodeMon is already picking everything up, and everything seems to be working fine. So it seems we have an error, and then say the error is saying type error unknown file extension.ts for our index.tx. So what's actually happening here is because of the version of Node I'm using. So I'm using Node 22.15, and majorly from version 22 upward. JavaScript does not support TypeScript out of the box. So that Node does not support it. JavaScript doesn't support TypeScript out of the box. So as a result of that, the version of Node I'm using is using what we call ESM, and you see that's what's showing us here. So that's why we're having that error, because it doesn't support TypeScript out of the box. We cannot use TypeScript directly, so we're having ESM. So what we quickly need to do is to update our TS config. So I'll quickly go to TS config here, our TS config file. We'll bring it up and then update it so the error can go away. So we need to add some properties inside these our compiler options. So I'm just going to update that. So we need to pass that information, that ES mode and all these properties, so that we can use TypeScript based on the version of Node I'm using, and then the version of React I'm using as well. I'm using 19 upward, so 19 upward uses ESM also. So that's the idea. So we'll come here after you add this. All we just need to is to save, so that the TS config can be initialized. So if we save it, you see it's initializing here. So as soon as that is done, everything should work fine. So let's check now. Cool. And you see we have new connection received from port 8082. So everything is working fine. So this is just all you need to do to make it work. So we can close this, and then close the database as well. And then we can remove our index.tss too. We may not be using it anymore. Let me bring this down a little. So we're good to go. So we can close this as well. So now we can get started with our models. So quickly, I'm just going to go to our models here. So it's our models. We need the service model. We need the category model, and then we need the item. We need the item, not item controller. We need the item model as well. So I think we're good to go.
For the service model, I'm just going to add the models there and then explain to you accordingly. So we're going to be, so for the service model, we need to add the TypeScript there. So we need to add the TypeScript. So I'll quickly go to our types check for the backend and then bring the type params. So inside here, we're just going to do export. So export interface laundry service params, and inside that we're going to have the ID. The ID will be string, and then we have the title will be string, and then we have icon URL. So we're just going to say string, and then it's an array of string. So I think we're good to go. We save that, and then we can come to our, so we no longer have the error here, so we can save this. So just the same way we declare our schema, so we're going to import schema from our Mongos. So we're importing Mongos and schema from our Mongos, and these are the properties. So we have the title, it's string and it's required true. We have the icon URL, so it's a type, is an array of objects, so it has type string and required true. And then we're passing, so these are the two things, we have two properties we are passing into our laundry service model. So, and then we are to JSON, then the timestamp, and then we'll come here, const laundry service. So we have the laundry service. So to create the model, so mongos.model, and then we're adding what the laundry service params. And then we're calling the name laundry services, and it's going to take what we're passing what the laundry service schema, which is this, into it. And that's all. So we can now export our laundry services, so we can import it anywhere we want to use it in our controller majorly. That's why we'll be using it to create what the laundry service. So we're good to go. We can save this, and then we quickly do the same for our categories and our price and our item. So I'm just going to say export interface. Let's say laundry category. Okay, laundry category params. And this is going to have an ID. The ID will be string, and then the title. So the title will also be string. So we're good to go. And then let's create for item as well. So we're going to say interface item params. So for the item, we're going to have an ID. The ID will be string. We have the title. Title will be string. Then we have category ID. Category ID string. And then we have the service. So we have the service will be equal to the service array. So we need to quickly create service array, so it will now be an array of service array. So to create service array, we're just going to come here quickly and say export interface service array. So service array will have a service ID. Service ID will be string. We have the name, so the name will be string as well, and then we have a price. The price will be number. So I think we're good to go. So we can save this, and then we'll come to our category. Let's add our category schema, the schema for our category, the model. So this will be the model for our category. So we've imported laundry category params from our types params, laundry category params, and then just the same way we did for our service model. So we have category to create a new schema, and here we're taking the title, and this type of string required is true, and every other thing remains the same. So we just come here and change it to categories, and the mongos.model, we're passing the params to it, and then we have the laundry. That's the name we want to call it in our backend. So this will be the name for the backend, That's what it's going to create. It's going to create a folder, a collection of what laundry categories. So, and then it's categories, and then we're passing what the category schema, the new category schema here, we're passing it to it, and then we export what category, so we can import later. So that's it. So we can save this, and then let's quickly add for the item model as well. So we'll come to our item model, and then just the same approach. So we have the laundry items, and then we're creating the schema, the new schema. It takes the title, the category ID, and the service ID, the service ID here, and then we have the name of the service it belongs to. So we can declare the names, the services, we can get the name, and then we can get the price. So we can get the price here. So the price will be added at the service level. So the price is determined by the kind of service that is required. So that's the idea. So it helps you to manage your data and avoid unnecessary repetition, and this enhance performance and helps you to load faster. So that's the idea. So we're adding price, and then every other thing remains the same. So we're adding the item, we're adding item params, laundry item, and then we're passing the laundry schema. So, and then we export it, so we can save this, and we're good to go. So it's saved. I think everything is fine, so we can close all these schema, so all the model. So the next thing we want to go to is our controller. So I'm going to bring up the service controller. I'll bring up the category controller, and then I'll bring up the price and the item controller. So we can delete this, we're not using it. This is our service controller. So what we're doing is we import request and response from Express. So that's the type for our response, and request and response. So is the type, we need to add it. So you can see for the request here, we have what the request as a type, and then the response, we have what response as a type. So here we want to create the laundry service. So to create the laundry service, we're using this create laundry service, and it's an async. We're using an async method, so that and then here we're using the laundry service params from our types params, and we're getting what the title. So we're getting the title. So from the request.body, we'll get the title, and then to get the icon URL, to get the icons, we are going to make use of what file, and then we use from there we can get the request, and then we look for the file, and we are casting it as what as express.malta.file. So that's what we're doing, and then this is the part. So this is the part, because I'm using a Windows computer, so that's why I'm using this. So for Mac, you can just use localhost here. I think it works. So you can use localhost here, and then get your port, your computer port, get your port. So my port is 8082. That's the port we're using here, and then we're getting what we are saving it inside what our asset. So from here we say image URL. So image URL, if you like, you can say icon URL. Okay, so we'll say file. Okay, let me just use icon URL. So icon URL, so we're getting the file, we'll map through the files, and for each of the file we add the Malta type, express.malta.file, and what we want to get here, we want to get the path plus what the file, and plus the file name. So we're adding it, we're using it to create the URL. So we're going to use this part, we're going to use it, and then add it to the what the file name to create the icon URL that will be saved in the back end. So after that, we want to create the new laundry service. So we want to add it to our MongoDB. To add it to our MongoDB, remember we created this model, so that's what we're going to use. So we imported the laundry service model. So you see, we imported it from what our model. So models.service. So from this schema now, we can now create what the title. So to add the title. So to create the title, and then here this is where we save. We use the try and catch method to save our laundry data. So we save the document inside what our MongoDB. So we're saying await new service what does save. So new service, this is new service, await new service.save, and then we use this console.log just to check from our terminal that it was actually saved. So if it's successful, it will return what is success. Status will be what success, and then JSON is return what this, and say service created successfully. If there's an error, we return the status 500, and then JSON failed to create service, and then display the error. So that's what we are using now. We're using object literals to display that, so we can combine string with what JSX. So that's it for that. So with this we can create what the service, and then the next one is if you want to get the laundry service. So we want to get the laundry service, maybe this is for a single service. If you want to fetch a single service, so this remains the same. So we just directly use our try and catch block, and then from first of all fetch the items. We're going to map through the laundry service using defined by ID method. So we'll pass the ID of the item of the service we want to set, fetch. So we'll pass it through our require.params.id, and then we'll save it inside the result. So and then we'll display what we return the result here. So if it's successful, we'll return the result JSON. So we'll return the result. If there's an error, we'll use this. So the same goes for get all laundry services. So this is what we're going to be using majorly. So to get all the laundry service, this remains the same. So what we're going to use is the response. So we go into our laundry service collection. So and then we find all. So here, let's remove limit. So let's just find all. So we return all the service inside what our laundry service collection. So if it's successful, if the result is successful, we're going to use the success code status 200, and then the JSON will return what the result. So this will return the result, and if there's an error, we'll display failed to fetch service and display the error. So that's what we're doing here. That's all. I hope this is simple enough. So you can save this, and then so once it's saved, we'll need to go to our index and export everything. So our index inside our controller. So come to our index here, and we're going to say export all from. So good. So from our service controller, and then we're going to go. We save that. So quickly, let's just do for category controller so that you won't lose track of the explanation. So for our category controller is similar as well. So we are using the categories from our model that we created earlier on. So we create the laundry category, and then using the same approach here, although we're not passing any image file. So we're just going directly to use what we use our params, laundry service params from our types params, and then we get it the required.body, and then we get the title. So at the point where we want to create it, it will always look out for the category params, and it has what an ID and title. So the reason why we're not adding an ID is because it will be created automatically when we are creating the category. So the ID is automatically created. So that's why we're not passing the ID when we're trying to create the laundry category. So the only thing we require is to add what the title. So that's what's going on, and then we have new category, exactly the same way we did for service, and then we're passing what the title. After that, we use the try catch blog, and then save the new category. We save it, and so that it can be added to our MongoDB database. So it will be added to our category collection because we are using the category here. So that's the difference. So and then here we console the log so that we can get a feedback from our terminal to see the category that was created. So it will show the information. So that's if it's successful, and then we'll get a status of 200, status code 200, and then we'll return this string category created successfully. And if there's an error, it will return this. So we have the status code of 500, and it will return failed to create category. So after that, we can also just do the same. We get the single laundry category. So we get it by find by ID. So we use the ID, and then we'll pass the ID of the category we want to fetch. So that's what it's going to get here, request.params.id, and then if it's successful, we'll get status code 200, and then it will return the result, and if it's an error, it will return this accordingly. So that's what we're just doing here, and then it will display the error. So the third one is we use export. We get all the categories. So all categories here, just the same way. So result with categories.find. So this method will get all the categories. So that's what makes it different from find by ID. So this means it will fetch all the categories in our collection, in our categories collection. So and then if it's successful, we want to return. So we're using JSON to return the result so that we can find it from the front end and display them. And then, or if it's an error, it will throw the error and display the error. It's a fail to fetch category and display the error. So we're good to go. So I'll just save this as well, and then also come to our index here and export. So I'm going to say export all from category controller. So we can save this as well. So the third one is the item controller. So the third one is item controller. So it's also similar. So we will come here and then so let's go to our types params, item params, okay, services. So we can save this now, and then so the error is gone. So just the same way we did it, so we import items from item model, then we import what we imported the type params from our types check, and then we imported what the request response just the same way. And then you can see here we're getting what we destructure the item params, and that will be the types for our request.body, and then we're getting the title, the category ID, and the services, and our new item. So we're using the items from our model, and then we're passing the title, that's the request, the body, the content of the title, that's what we're passing. Now we're passing the category ID, and we're passing the services. So that's what we're passing here to be our new item, and then that's what we'll save here, await new item dot what save. So if everything work out, we'll display what was saved, that is the new item, in our terminal, and then we'll we use the status code of 200 as a success. So if it's successful, and then we said item created successfully, that's what we're returning from our JSON through our JSON. And then or else if it was not stored successfully, if it was not saved successfully, then possibly there's an error. So we want to throw out the error using the status code of 500, and then JSON will return the failed to create laundry item and display what the error is. So the same, so here we're getting the single laundry item. It's just the same way what we've been explaining, and then here we're getting all our laundry items, and then we're returning the result here, or if it's failed, we'll return it. So I think it's simple enough. It's the same method. So we can save this and then come to our index. So we say export all from item controller, and then we can save it. So we're good to go. So we can close the controllers. So the next one we want to quickly do is the route. So we'll come here. So let's get a service. Let's remove this price. So get the item route, we get the category route. We can close this now. So we can bring the index here. So for our service route, we're going to get so we need to import this from Malta. So let's import Malta. So Malta, and then we need to import parts. It seems we did not add parts, so let's quickly install parts. We did not install parts, so let's check our package.json first. So there's no part there, so let's quickly install parts. So we're going to say npm install parts. So part has been installed. So we can come here and import parts. Cool. So everything seems to be working fine now. So what we'll do is, of course, just come and explain the whole thing again. So this is the idea. So we have we import express from express, and then we say const router equal to express.router. So inside our express we'll find express.router. So you see, so that was what we imported. So we're going to use express.router, and then this is how we get to save our image, so our icons. So we're going to say image storage, we call it image storage, and we're using Malta. So Malta does disk storage. So we declare inside it we have the destination, and it's a function that has the request, the file, and the callback function. So what we're interested in is the callback function, and the first argument is equal to null, and then we're using the asset. So we're targeting the asset. So that's the dig storage. That's why we want it, all our assets to be, all our images to be stored. So we want to use asset. So after that, we get the file name. So the file name is also a function with the same thing, request file and callback function. So this is where we are now doing that. So we can also add the extension. So we're using the callback function. The first argument is null. So we're taking the request.body.name. So the request.body.name, and then we are using so we're using just concatenation. We're adding the date, that's the present date, and then plus the part. So we're using the part. From the part we get the extension. So the extension name, and then we're using the file.original name. So we're using the original name of the file, and we now come here. So inside here, constant images will now be Malta. So we're getting the storage. So inside Malta, the storage will be equal to what? Image storage. So all this is what we use for what? The image storage. So that's just the idea. So it will be equal to what? The image storage, and then where it's an array. So it's very important. So it's an array, and then you have to use the right name here. Remember, we change it from image URL to icon URL. So it's very important. We have to pass. Let's pass icon URL. So we must use icon URL. If not, it won't work. So because the images, the icon URL is an array. So that's why we're using the word array. So it doesn't matter if even you're passing a single image. So we're good to go. So we now come into our create service. So inside our create service, we're supposed to add the image here. So we're going to say images. So we're good to go. So we can save these. So to create it's supposed to be under create laundry service. So images. So to create a laundry service, it's a post request. You are posting data to the backend. So that's it. And then, so remember, we're now using the create laundry service from our controller. So hence the reason why we import it. So it will import. So create laundry service. So it will import it from our controller. So it has already been imported. So if you come here, that's why we have it. See, and it's coming from our index. That index we created inside our controller. So that's where it's coming from, and that's the idea. You can see all the functions are horizontally aligned. So get all. So and then we also have get all laundry service and get laundry service. So all of these are coming from the controller index. So that's why we imported them here. Get all laundry services, and then so to get all laundry services, we use what the get method, and then to get a single service, also we use the get method, and then we pass what the placeholder, the parameter rather. So the parameter is what the ID. So it dependent on the what ID we are sending, and then so we're exporting everything as what laundry service route. So we're exporting router as what laundry service route. So we can save this. Then we'll come to the index. We also create an index for our route. So inside our index for the route, we're going to say export all from. So export all from service route. So we'll save this. Then let's create for the category. Let's create category route. So the category route will be it's also similar. So we're using express.router, and then inside here we're bringing. So I declared all these names. This one, so you can call it anything you like. Here, get all categories and get single category, and then the ID. So be mindful of the name you use here. So it's a post request because we are sending the data to the backend here, and then we are taking what the create laundry category from our index controller. So that's export all as category controller. So export all from category controller. So we're importing it from there, and then we get all categories, and then we have get laundry category. So everything. So this is a single one. So get single category. So we need to pass the ID there, the parameter, and then we get all categories, and then we're good to go. So we can save this and then come to our index here and say export all from our category route. So and the third one is the item route. So the item route is almost similar to, so we're using this, and then the first is to post the item. So you can see we're not using images here because we're not passing any image for both control category and item route. So we're we're posting it, and I called it create laundry item, and then we imported create laundry item controller. So, and then we have get all items, and then we are using what the get all laundry items from our controller, and then get single item, and we are using get laundry item from our controller, and then we imported everything here. So we are good to go. So I'm just going to save this as well, and then come to our index and say export all from item routes. So, and save this as well. So we're good to go. So the last thing we need to do is to come to our Express app. So this is our Express app. Inside our Express app, I'm going to come here. So I've already, all this has been added earlier on. So this is what will help us to, what we also be needing to save our images inside our asset folder. So we'll come here and then we'll say app.use. So let's give it a name. I'm going to call it service, and then service, we're going to import laundry service route. Laundry service route, you can see it's importing it from our index, so you can see it's importing it from our routes. So we're good to go, and everything has been captured, has been covered already inside it. So come here, and then here I'm going to use category, and then we're going to import. Let's import laundry category, laundry categories route. So you can see it's importing it. And then the third one is this, is the item. So we can just come here and get laundry item. So laundry item routes. So we're good to go. It has imported everything, and everything is working out fine. So we can save this now. Cool, everything is working fine. So the next thing is we can use our postman and start adding all these items. So I'm just going to show you an example because it's a long list, so we won't have to waste time. So I'm going to leave all the assets, I'm going to leave the collection, so you can just import it, so you don't waste time creating the whole thing. But for tutorial sake and for clarity, I'll just create some of it one at a time. So like I said, we need to, the name must correspond. So I'm going to use service here, and then we use create. Let's go back to it. So we use service here, and then, oh, we've closed it, but I think we use create. Let's go back to our route. So service route. So we use create laundry service. So all these things must correspond. So I'm just going to copy this, take it to our postman. So we can use create laundry service, and then we're going to be using the form data because we're passing an image. So the first one is title. So title, and then the second one is what we'll call it icon URL. So don't forget the name must tally, must be the same. So we use icon URL. It's very important. So this is a file, and then I'm going to, so let's call this washing only because I already created all these. So I just want to show this as an example, so you can try something by yourself. So we're going to select, let's select. So I'm going to pick this. So we're adding this, and then if everything worked fine now, well, 8082, and then we'll post it. We should have our data inside that. So you can see everything worked out successfully. So service created successfully. And if we go to our back end, inside our data here, we have it as our laundry. So we have our laundry service. So you see I've already created the laundry service. So you can see washing only, and I just created that, and everything worked out fine. So if we check it, we have our wash only, but our icon URL was not added. So where's the error coming from? Let's check it. let's go back to our service controller. Inside our service controller, the problem is here. We did not add it when we're creating the service. So we're supposed to add the icon URL. So let's get the icon URL. Yes, that's where the problem came from. So we can just say, let's say it's equal to icon URL, and then let's use the console.log here too, so we can get the response as well. So save everything, and then let's create it again. So it's been saved. We can come back to, let's go to our database and delete this, so we can create a new one. So we can come back to, let's go back to our postman. Inside our postman, we're going to post this again. So let's post it again. Created successfully, good. So let's go back, let's refresh this. So it's already been added. So if you check our URL now, it should work. Cool, beautiful. And you can see everything worked fine. Also, we have an error. It's saying undefined. So we need to get the name. Let's look into that and quickly correct that. But you can see everything is adding up. So I think the problem is from our controller, our root, our service root. So inside the Malta, yes, here the problem is here. So it's supposed to be title body dot title. We use title, yes, not name. So we use title. So let's save this again. And then let's go back to our, let's delete this one more time. So it's been saved. So we can use our postman. Let's try it again. So if we refresh this, let's check it now. Everything should work out fine. Cool, beautiful. And you can see, so that's where the problem came from. So you can see we have it saved, and then inside our asset, wash only, and then it created everything. So we're adding the name plus the date, and then we added what the extension, which is JPEG. So that was what we did here. Let me show you quickly. So that was what we were doing here. So we're adding the extension. So the part.text extension name. So we're good to go. Everything is working fine. So like I said, I'm going to leave this data for you. So instead you want to create your own newly, it will be to give you direction, or you want to quickly just import it. So I've exported this collection. I will add it to the starter template so you can have access to it and make use of it as well, because there's a lot. So we can continue. Everything has been created. So for our tutorial, we're going to be using wash and fold. We're going to be using wash and iron service. Then we have the dry cleaning service. We have the ironing only service, and then we have the specialty and bulky laundry. And so we can delete this. This is just for explanation. So we can delete this now just to show that everything is working fine. So specialty and bulky laundry. So we added 5 services. That's what we're going to be using in this tutorial. So without wasting time, let's go and add for the category. So to do the category, we'll come here and change this to category. So we change this to category, and then we create laundry category. I'm going to check that out. So let's check that out and ensure that we're doing this. Everything is correct. So inside our route, category route, create laundry category, yes. So we're doing well. So I'll come here now and then create laundry category. So inside here, we're not using the form data because we're not sending any image file. So we're not going to be using the form data. Instead, we're going to use the form URL encoded. That's what we're going to use. So we can just see we already created. So we have the title. The title of this category will be top/blouse. So let me check our schema again. So if we go to our model, we have our category model. So inside our category model, we're using the title. So we're using the title. So we can come here. So
So we can come here, we'll remove this. So we can come here and say, so for example, so I'm just going to say tops. So it can be different from the initial one, tops. So that's all we need to add. We only added our title in our model, so the ID will be created automatically. So we're going to create the tops, and then we just go here and do send. So category created successfully. So if we go to our category, laundry categories, so you can see it's created successfully, tops with double S. It has been created and everything is working fine. So we'll not be using that. So just to show you that everything is working perfectly well. So we have created 18 categories already. It will be added in the starter template. So we are using tops, category tops, bottoms, suits. We have suits, and then we have dresses, we have outerwear, we have children, we have accessory and homeware, we have a bed sheet, we have duvet covers, we have pillowcase and cushion covers, we have bathroom items, we have kitchen items, we have feather duvet, we have synthetic duvet, we have blanket and bedspread, we have pillow, and then we have mattress protectors. So we have 17 data inside here. Inside this collection we have 17 documents. So that's what we'll be using for the categories. So it will make sense to you shortly. So let's just quickly move on. So the third one I'm going to create is the item. So the item I need to really explain that to you. So with the kind of item we want to create, number one, you need to know that you can use form data and you cannot use URL encoded, because they are limited on the properties they can accept are limited, and then we are not passing any file, so there's no point using the form data. You can use it, and for the URL encoded you can use that well, because we're passing a lot of properties there, so, and it's limited. So as a result of that, you need to use you have to use the raw file, the raw method, and then inside the body. So I already have item, create laundry item, so I'm using the body and it's a post request, and then we are going into the raw. So I'm just going to use one of these as an example. So for example, we have the tea towel. So the tea towel now is coming from the tea towel has a category. This is the category of tea towel, so we can actually quickly go there and check the category we're adding this for. So if we go to the category, so it should be under 6825. So if we come there, it should be under our kitchen utensils. Yes, so kitchen items. So the tea towel should be under kitchen items. So we have 68 and then we have 25, so it's the same. Yes, 668167BE. So you see we have 68167BE and it ended with 25. So it's kitchen item. So that tea towel we want to create, the item for tea towel we want to create belongs to what? The category ID of what? The kitchen item. So, and then there are services under it. So this tea towel is either you want to wash only, or you want to wash and either you want to wash only, you want to wash and iron. So you can see, so because of that we created what? The service array. So the service is an array of objects. So the first service we added is wash and fold, maybe just washing alone. So we have to add the service ID. So we're adding the service ID of wash and fold. So from here, so we're adding laundry service. So we're adding what? The wash and fold, what? Service ID 6814C3. So we have 6814C3. So that's the thing. So that's the service ID, and the name is what? Wash and fold. And the price, we make it 10. We're using dollars, so we make it 10. It's up to you. The price, you can decide the price you want to use. So we're making it $10, and that's the price. So tea towel is either you want to wash and fold alone, and then the another one is wash and iron. We added it under the service of what? Wash and iron. So we had to impute the service ID for wash and iron, and then the name is wash and iron, and then the price. So it depends on you. I just, because of time, so I maintain the same price for most of it. So you can have the real price if it's in real life situation, you can add the real price there. So, and then the third one, it could be for dry cleaning. Maybe you just want to dry clean, you don't want to use wash and service and wash and fold, so you want it to be dry clean. So we added the service ID for dry cleaning, and then the price. And then if it's just you want it to be iron alone, maybe it has been washed or dry cleaned, so the only service that is required is what? Ironing. So we add what? So there are three in our scenario now. There are three possible services that you can apply to what? Tea towel. So it's either you want to wash and fold, or you want to dry clean, or you want to iron.
or wash and iron. So there are 4 services that is applicable in our scenario. There are 4 services applicable to what T12. So it's either wash and fold, or wash and iron, or dry cleaning, or iron only. So it makes sense, right? So that's the idea. And so once you create this, you can now add it to your database. So, and my advice is you necessarily, most of the time, you consider adding all the items that belong to a category that okay, all these items are going to belong to this category ID, so that you don't have to be changing the category ID all the time, because every item is dependent on what the category belongs to, number one, and then the services that are applicable to that item. So that's the idea. So I'm just going to make this a little, let me just add something to it so that it can change from the original one we added, so you can see that this thing was actually added. So if you come here now and say save this, so you see item created successfully. And if we go into our database, let's go into our item laundry items. So you see we have 64 items there. So we will not sit here and create 64 items. So let's just go down here. So you can see it was created. We have teas. So we have teas and towels. So it was created, and you can see we have the category ID, and then the services and array. So you can see 4. It was 4. We added 4 services. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means everything is working out fine. You can see everything is working out fine. So wash and iron, you can see everything was created correctly. So that's the idea. So we're not going to be wasting time doing all this. I hope you understand the scope. Once you get the scope, you can mass produce, you can produce as many as you want, but I will also leave this in the starter template so that you can import it as well. You can import it, and then we can move on with our project. So we're good to go. So I'm going to delete this. So that you are importing it, or you want to use it as a reference point to create your own one after the other. So if I quickly take you through what I've created, I'm going to take you through what was created here. So you can see here we have shirt. So as shirt, for example, shirt it belongs to a category of what? It belongs to 681679. So let me just bring the categories up so that I can show you everything. So come here, open in a new tab. 681679. So shirt belongs to tops, and that makes sense now. Shirt is a top. It belongs to top and not bottoms. So it belongs to the category of tops. So shirt is tops. So it belongs to that category, and then under it, shirt can either be wash and fold, it could be wash and iron, it could be iron only, and it could be dry clean. So those are the applicable services to it. So we have wash and fold, wash and iron, and then we have dry clean, and then iron only. So that's it. So let me bring up other services so that you know that, so that you see what we're talking about. So wash and fold, wash and iron, dry clean, ironing, and then specialty. So it's not applicable to what specialty and bulky laundry. So this is where we now use the duvet and all of that. So we'll come here. So that's why we have what shirt. So we have shirt here, and then the second one we have shirt on hanger. It belongs to what? Tops. And then we have polo shirt. It belongs to tops. We have top and blouses. So it belongs to top category. Then we have t-shirt on hanger, top category. We have cardigan, also top category. We have jumper, top category. Now when we come here, we have what? Top and blouse. But this is a silk material. So this material, you prefer to dry clean. So this material usually are not, you don't wash and fold, you dry clean. So if you come to the service here now, although it's tops, but you see there are 2 services applicable here. So we are applying what? Dry cleaning, and then the second one that we applied is ironing. So either maybe it has been dry clean, or you just need this ironing services. So you see that wash and fold, wash and iron is not applicable to this kind of material, this kind of item. So I hope you understand the logic behind this whole thing. So we're good to go. So if we come here to the short, so short is bottom. So you see that the ID has changed here. So the ID we used to have here before, category ID has changed. This is OF, and then when we got to short, it has changed. So skirt is also bottom. We have skirt delicate. So you can see. So you see. I'll leave this data template. So you see I'll leave this data. So you see everything. So we have trousers. So trousers too. You see it's bottom. So that's how it goes. We have trouser silk. So here is only dry cleaning and ironing. So that dry cleaning or you ironing only. So and the list goes on. So we can continue without wasting time. I think we're doing well. And if we come here, it's also we also have it in our terminal. It was created in our terminal. So let me just show you so you can see. This is beautiful, isn't it? So please, if you're liking this, hit the like button, subscribe, share this for me, and send in your comments. I would really appreciate them. So with this, we're done with the back end. So let's go back to the front end so we can display all the data there, can fetch and display the data. But before we go, let me quickly show you the assets so you can see that everything worked out well. So we have the asset here. So this is where all the images were stored inside our asset. So if you check, you see we still have the undefined image and the wash only the ones that were saved. So everything worked out fine. So let's go to the front end now so we can render our data. So this was where we stopped at the front end. So we'll come here, we need to create a hook so we can fetch all the data. So the way we're going to be doing it, we're going to create the hook to fetch all the data. We're going to fetch the service, the categories, and the item. So quickly I'll just go to my hook folder. So we have hook here already. I'm going to bring up fetch laundry data. So we're going to fetch all the laundry data. So this is the code we would use. So quickly let me bring up the type params too, because we're going to need it. So if I come here, we're going to take our types params. So I'm just going to paste everything here. So in here we have what I added was the category params, the same as the category params we had at the back end, ID and title. We have the services array. So okay. So if we come here, same, okay, we have this is not correct, so we need to also correct it later. Service. So service params. So we're supposed to, so we created the item params similar to what we created at the back end. So ID, title, category ID, services, and is equal to services array. We could make it service array. Let me make it service array. So service array here. So we have the item props. So this will make sense shortly. So we're using service array, and then here this is supposed to be service params. So we're good to go. So I can save this. So this is the data params. So the data params services, we're using the service params. The service params is up here. So this is what we're using, service params, and it's going to be an array of that. Then for the category, we are using category params, and for the items, we're using the items params. I hope it makes sense. So this is the parameters for the items, and this is the parameter for the category. So this is it. And then for inside our item, we have services, which is equal to what's the service array, the same as what we used at the back end. So I think we're good to go. And if you don't mind, you can change this to service name, but I'll just leave it as name here. So we're talking about the service name here. So we can continue. I'll save this, come back to, so we need to import the data params. So to import the data params, we're going to import it from our, yes. So we're good to go, everything is working fine. So I'll close this. So this is what's happening here. We declare the URL. So if you're using Mac computer, like I always say, you can just use localhost instead of the IP address. So just change it and everything will be fine. So here we're going to use axios.create, and then we get the base URL. The base URL, we're passing this URL into it. So we're saving this inside our API, so we can just use the API. So we'll come here and say const use laundry data. That's the name of the function. So to get our data from the backend, and then we're saying data, and then we use this is use state, data set data, and then we're passing the data params. So what we are looking out for, the data params consist of what? The services, categories, and items. So, and we passed the parameters to it accordingly. That was what we did in our types params here, you still remember. So that's why with the structure, we are having what our initial state, we're having the services, and it's equal to an empty array. We're having the categories is equal to an empty array, and items is equal to what? Empty array. So this is the initial state, they are all empty. So we'll come here, okay, you can set loading and error. So but I will not be using, I just added it so in case you want to use the loading and error. So inside here we come to fetch data. So
is what we are going to run this function to fetch the data. So this is where we're going to run. So we're going to run fetch data. So and it's an async. So we're setting loading equal to true while it's trying to fetch that. So we're using the try catch block. So that's the method we're using, and inside that we're getting what we're using the promise all. I'm going to explain what this is doing. So promise.all. So inside it we have what with the structure, and then we use promise.all service response. So we're going to get this response from the service collection, get response from the category collection, and get response from the item. So we're getting 3 responses at the same time, and then we're using, so this helps us to achieve that promise.all, and then we pass the API. So that's the URL, remember the base URL. So API dot what get is a get function, and then you see we target the service and get all services. Then we're sending the request to what category, get all categories, and then we're sending a request to item dot get all items, just the same way I mentioned in the back end previously, that everything must match. So I'm just going to let's go to our route. So if you come to category route, for example, you can see, so this is what we're using get all categories. And then if we come to our express, we have category, so you see it must match. Then for service we have service, and then for item we have item, and then we have the get all item, get all service. So if you come to item route, so you have get all items, and then if you come to service route, so service route we have get all services. So it must match for it to work. So if you see, that's where we're sending our request to, we're getting our request, and then we'll get what the response. So the response is what we have made it an array of response. So we get a response from service, from categories, and item response. So that way we can get all our data in one function. So I'm just going to be explaining what we use the promise.all for. So promise.all is a JavaScript method that takes an array of promises as input and return a single promise that resolves to an array of results. You get? So what we're simply saying here is that this is an asynchronous operation. So it will run everything concurrently, allowing us to wait for all the promises to resolve before proceeding with the result. So, and if any of the promises failed, it will reject and return an error feedback instantly. So what I would just say in summary, so in our context, the promise.all, what it's going to do is we use it to fetch services. We use it to fetch services, categories, and items simultaneously. So what are the benefits of this approach? One of the benefits is that it helps you to execute multiple asynchronous operations at the same time. This improves overall performance and reduce wait times. So that's one of the major benefits. Then it helps to simplify error handling, because if any of the promises did not go through, if it doesn't resolve, that means if it rejects, then promise.all will reject immediately, allowing you to handle error in a centralized manner. So we're going to be using the promise.all to fetch the service data, the category data, and the item data simultaneously in one function. So that's the thing. So once we fetch this through promise.all, we want to set the response. Now we're going to set our data. That's from our use state. So from our data here, we're setting this our initial state. So we want to set them and update it to the response we get here. So we're updating services towards service response.data.result. Then we're getting categories response. So categories response.data.result, and item, we have the item response.data.result. So quickly let me take you to the backend so you can see the logic and how everything was applied. So if we come to our controller, like for example the service controller, because you need to be mindful of this so that you not get an error. From our service controller, when we were getting all laundry service, so we are using what result. So please, it's very important. So we used what result. So the data is dot result, because what we declare here is result. So you need to use that result. See, the response we are sending is what the result. So in your case, maybe it wasn't result you used. So whatever you use here, that's what you use at the front end so that you can get it. If you come to our item controller, I'm setting we use what to get all laundry items, and we used what result as well. So we use result, and then inside our
category controller. We also use to get our category. See, we use result, and JSON is sending a response. So response dot status code 200 dot JSON. So we're returning the result. Hence the reason why we also have to use data dot what result. So whatever you use there, that's what you need to pass here. So result. So we're setting this, the initial state, to the responses we get from what our promise.all. So, and else if there's an error, so we're using Axios. So there's what we call Axios dot is Axios error, and then we're passing the error here as the argument. So we set error equal to what error else. That means there's something must have gone wrong. So to throw new error and unknown error occurred, or after that, then we can say finally. So the finally will now set loading to what, to false. So that's just the idea. I hope everything is simple enough. So after this we'll come and using our use effect to what, to run and trigger the function. So fetch data. So and then is the dependency array is empty, so it will run only once. So that's the idea, so that it will not be repeated. So that's the idea here. So we use the use effect to run our fetch data and trigger it. So and then after the whole thing, what we want to do, we'll return what data, return loading, and error. So these are the things. We're returning data, or return loading, and return error, so we can make use of it. So we're good to go. So we can come to our laundry service here. Instead of our laundry service here, so we're going to call what, the use laundry data. So use laundry data, so we call it what, use laundry data. So that's what we're calling, and as we export it here, so we can import it anyway we want to use it. So we need to import use laundry data. So cool, and it has been imported. We want to use only the services, not to use the service. So what we do is to destructure. So once we destructure, we can get what the service. If I go here now, you see it's bringing the categories and the items. So simple enough. So from here we can console the log, so you can see the services, and so that we can ascertain that everything is running fine. So we'll not be using console.log, so we're going to display everything right out of the box. So we have created this render item for our flat list to improve performance. So, and remember we created the service card. So from our service card, so this is the service card. This is, so the next thing will come here now, we'll display it. So we have available services, and if you check from our screen, it's already showing available services from our device. So let's uncomment our flat list so we can render. So let me bring it down so that it can be visible. So this is our flat list. We imported flat list from React Native, and then inside the flat list, so we're passing the data, the flat list data equal to what, services. Remember we have our services here, so passing it, so it's array. So and then we're using the render item. So the render item is what it will render was service item, and inside that we've gotten our service card, just remember. So we have the ID and we're passing it to what, item. So this is where we're using the service card params. So if I take you to the params, so we have the service card params. So you can see we have the service card params, we have the ID, we have the title, auto string, we have what, icon URL, active card, and then on press function. So these are the parameters we have here, and it's of our what, an item. So these things are very important. If not, it won't run on flat list. So you can, let me close this. So hence we're calling names. So the way I like doing it this way, so that we can call only what we needed. So in this scenario, we don't need the on press, we don't need the on press, and we don't need active cut. So when we do structure like this, we do it this way, you can call only what is necessary. So we're only making use of the ID, the title, and then the icon URL. So and it's equal to, we're getting it from here, so we can unpass it. I need to fetch it from the data. So we're rendering the data, we're rendering item. So there's the data, and then the data is equal to the services. So that's why we pass what is render service item. So this is render service item here, render service item, and then the key extractor. So we're just getting the ID, and then we'll make it horizontal. We want it to be, we want to scroll it horizontally, and then we have shows horizontal scroll indicator false. Then container content style, so we're getting it from section flat list. I think we really don't need to use that. So paging enabled is false. So let me quickly bring up the the style section, service section list. So we have service section list, and then the flat list container, we are giving it padding horizontal 8. So I'm just going to enlarge this so you can see everything worked out. And this is our service card, obviously, remember. So this is our service card. We are rendering the image, we're rendering the title. Those are just the two things there we're rendering. So I'll save the service card, come to our laundry service section as well, and then if we save it and everything worked out, we should receive value. So if we save it, and then we'll come to our home screen. So we'll come to our home screen, save our home screen, and inside, so beautiful, you can see it's appearing already. Everything is working out fine. So you can see everything is working out. So it seems we have an error with our wash and fold. Data is not being displayed there, so we're going to look into that shortly. But if you see now, you see that we are already receiving what the value. So there's something wrong with our wash and fold image. That's why it's not displaying. So we'll get onto that. So you can see, and we can scroll it horizontally. This is beautiful. You can see. So we have specialty and bulky laundry. We have ironing. We have dry cleaning. We have wash and iron. And then we have wash and fold. Everything is working fine. And if you see the header too now, if I scroll down, see, this is beautiful, and you can see the header. Look at this beautiful animation. So if we come there, so you see we are rendering the headers component, and then we're making it sticky. So that inside our headers component, that's where we have our search bar. So hence our search bar is sticky. This is beautiful. And then we render the location header here. So we render the location header here, and since it's not sticky, it will scroll up, and then the sticky comes in, which is what our search bar. It makes sense, right? So that's the idea. So render header is equal to what our location header. So you can see, so render here, so we can scroll that off, and then this is beautiful, isn't it? So let's quickly fix the error with the wash and fold why the image is not displaying. So I'm just going to, let's just go to the backend. Let's check why. Let's go to our database first. I'm going to go to our laundry service. So inside the laundry service, we have the icon URL there. So the name is washandfold.png. So let's see if we have wash and fold inside our backend asset. There's a problem. Wash and fold is not here. So we have wash and iron. Wash and fold is not here. So let me quickly add that. Wash and fold, I'm just going to add it manually, so I won't waste time. So this is it. I can just add it directly here. So we have wash and fold. So what I'm going to do is I don't want to restart, because we need to trigger the use effect again. So because we ask it to run only once. So what I will do here, I'll just come to my section. Let me come to my laundry service section. I'm going to, let's save it. Beautiful, everything is appearing very well now. Everything is showing up. So we have so we have wash and fold, we have wash and iron, and we have dry cleaning, we have ironing, and specialty and bulky laundry. So we're good to go. So the next thing I want to do is when we press any of the service, we want to redirect toward the service info section. So I think we're good. We're cool with this. We can remove this. We can remove the service card, header styles. So let me just quickly show you. So we have the onPress function here inside our service card. So when any of the card is pressed, so it will navigate to service info screen. It will navigate to service info screen, and what you're passing there is the item. So we'll quickly go to our root navigation. So inside our navigations, we'll come to our root navigations.
root navigation, and inside the root navigation you can see after the tab stack we have what the service info screen, and so inside the service info screen we're passing that item, we're passing the ID of the service and the title of the service because it's very important. So that's it. And then we created what the service info screen here inside our root navigator. So if we come here, we have it as what the second on the stack. So it's the second screen on the stack. So rootstack.screen. So we have got the service info screen. That is the params we declare. We just showed now from our rootstack params, and then we have what the component is service info screen. So headers shown false, and this is the service info screen. So we have the service info screen here. So if I press any of these now, we should be able to move to our service info screen. So I'm going to press the wash and fold. Beautiful. So we've moved to the service info screen. The reason why it's not showing the service info is because this was not styled. We didn't style this. I'm not wasting time on it, so we will just get on with it, and then you see everything appearing. So we are the service info screen. So to get started, I'm just going to put some data here. So we're going to import view from React, and then safe area view from React Native, and safe area view from React Native. So our safe area view, so let's import it from React Native. Then for our view, we import it from React Native as well. So let's import the platform from React Native. So inside the safe area view here, we can come here, and then okay, we'll save this. So the next thing we need to do is to display the header. Let's import another view. So we're going to import another view here, and then the style will be, I'm going to use, I already have the style, info style, then it has been imported, and then we're using the header container. So don't forget the style is already part of this other template, so you can just get it, won't be wasting time on all that. So what we want to do here, we want to render the service info header. So I'll just quickly come here inside our components and bring the service info header. So let's go to our component inside our details screen. So it's there. So we have the service info header. That's it. So let's bring our service info header. We can close this now, and then we can close the service card. So inside our service forward header, I'm going to, so I already have all this inside it. So we have service info params. So we'll go to our types params. So inside here, we just come down here and import service info params, service info header params. So we're taking the title, which is string, and then the operands function. So, and then we can come to our service info header. So the error is gone. So in here we have the icon, the arrow back to go back, and inside that, that's where we're passing our onPress function. So you can see with the structure it, we have the title and then the onPress. So we're using the onPress to handle our go back navigation. So, and then the title, we want to have the title of what, the title of the screen. So we are rendering title here, and I think that's just it. So if I save this, let's just save this and go to our info screen. Set our info screen, we are going to import service info screen. So we have service info header, and inside here we need to pass the parameters there. So we have the title. So the title will be equal to our, so we're just going to say service. We're going to give it service overview, and then the onPress. So the onPress here, we're going to use navigation.goback. So from our okay, we've not passed it here, so let's pass navigation and then the routes. So this will be equal to navigation.goback. So navigation.goback, and then we can save this. Beautiful. So you can see it's appearing very well. So we have three things happening there. So we have the service info. So we have the ellipses, vertical sharp, and that's what's showing up here. So we have the 3 dots, and then we have the service info as the title, and the arrow back, So we have the title. Is the title? There's the text here. So we have the title, we have the ellipsis, vertical sharp, and then we have the arrow back. So if I press the arrow back, so you see it's working. So we can go back there. So, and all the styles you can just check, like I said, so that won't waste time. You can check the styles out. It's already in your starter template. So we have the service info style. So you can see all the things we're doing here: the title container, the header recommended, sorting container, and then so you can just check these styles out. We're not wasting time on that because you already have it. So we've displayed the header. So we have the header. So we can close this and move to the next part. So the next part that we'll be doing is we want to render the category menu, the service menu rather. So we want to have the service menu under the overview. So to do that, we're going to create the service menu card. So if we come to our, let's go back to our component, our details folder, details screen folder, and then we have what the service menu. So we'll bring up the service menu. So inside the service menu, we're going to be rendering a flat list, and then we need to get the service menu params. So I'm going to comment all this out for now. So let's go to our params and add the service menu params there. So come here and add the service menu. So this is equal to service params. So it's working. So service menu params, we have in this service list, and then we have the selected service, and then we have the selected service. So everything will make sense shortly. So the next one we want to add is the, okay, let's come to our menu. So let's do them one after the other. So service params, service card params, we need to import that too. So I think we have service card params already. Let me minimize this. So yes, this is our types check. So we need to get the mini service card, which we'll be doing shortly. So to do that, we're going to create the mini service card. So the mini service card is here. So we're going to have our mini. So we have our mini service card. So that's what we'll be using. So we're going to import the service card params. So we can get our service card params from our types check. Yes, service card params, and remove this. So we have our service card params. We're using our navigation context. So, and then through use context from React. So use context from React, and we're using navigation context. So this is almost repetition of what we did inside the service card, but there are some little differences to it. So little adjustments. So we can come here. Let me bring it down so it will be more visible. So inside here we're using pressable, and then want to get the service card params and service card params from our, so let's check what set our service card params. So we set our service card param is an item, so just the same way we used it. So we use it to display the service card in our home section, in our home screen, on our home screen. So we have the ID, we have the title, we have the icon, URL, active card, and onPress. So here we're going to be using the active card and the onPress function. So if we come here to the service card, you'll see that we have what the onPress, so that we can handle an onPress function. We can run onPress function when any of the services is pressed. So we have the container, the styles there, so you can check it out from the starter template, info style.card container, and inside that we want to render first the image. So we have the image container. So we have the image, and then inside that we created a view, like a container for the image, and then after inside the container, inside the view, we pass what the image from React Native, and we are using what the item.icon URL, and we're specifying 0. That's the first image on that list. If there's only one image, it will use that one, but if it's more than one, we are using what the first image on the list. So and then we pass what the styles for the image, and the resize mode contain. So here after the image, under the image, we are going to be passing what text. So let me bring this down. So inside the text, we are giving a style info.card label. Then the color of the text is equal to text color, and we'll explain that shortly. The number of lines to item, and then so inside it, we're passing what the title. So we're passing what the title of that service, of the name of the service. So that's what we're passing inside the text. So we want the active service to have what a different color. So that's why we're passing the text color. And so the logic is here. So we want to check if, so we declare this let is active is equal to item item.id equal to what item.cat.active cat. So the active cat is our params, as our service cat param. So that's why we're using item.what active cat. So if the ID of the service is equal to the ID of the active cat, that means that service is the currently selected service. So, and as a result of that, we're using these to pass some special function to it. So we use it to get the border color. So the border color, if is active, is true, that means a service is currently has been selected. So we want to change the color of the border color of that currently selected service to orange, and while other remains what black border color. And then for this currently selected service, we want to have the border width, we want to increase the border width to 2, while others that are not selected will have 1. And then the third one is the text color. For the selected service, we want the color of the text to change to orange, while others will retain black. So that's what we're doing there. So after that, so that's why hence we're passing the border color, and the border color is equal to the border color. So, and then the border width will be equal to the border width. So that's what we're passing here. That's where the border and the width will happen. So it's like the container around the image. So it will be around the image, and then the radius is inside the image container. We added radius to that. So after that, we have the text, and then we're passing the title. And for the selected service, the title of the text, that text color will be orange, while others will have black color. So that's the idea. It makes sense, right? So we can come to our this displays an import service card. So let's import service card. Cool. So it has been imported, and then we're passing the properties here. So we have the mini service card, the item params. So we're passing it to our service menu. So here we're passing the ID. So we're still using the service card params, and then we're passing the ID to item to exactly just the same. So we're using active cat here, and it's equal to selected service. And then on press we handle service press, and then we're adding we are passing the item.id. So if we come here, so this is the handle press. So this is the handle service press. So it has a parameter of service ID, which is equal to a string. So if service ID is true, so if it's true, that means that's a selected service. So we're setting set selected service equal to service ID. So we want to save the service ID so we can make use of it. So we can use it to run a fetch and display data to the user. So we're displaying data to the user according to the service selected. So that's the idea. So we need to save the service. So we're using this handle service press to get the ID of the selected service of the user, through which we can now display and render some item relating to the service selected. So that's the idea. So we can save this. If we save this now, so if we save this, we can now import it to our service info screen. And to do that, I'm just going to come after the service info header. So I'm going to render another view here. So inside this view, I'm going to import service. So we'll call this service menu. So we need to pass the data accordingly here. So to do that, we'll quickly write we'll run some functions. So the first one we want to get is, we'll come up here, let's get the data. So we can come up here and use so let's first of all get the item. So that's the item that was passed from our front end, that was selected from our home screen rather. So it's going to be our root. So we can get the root params, and then we get the item. So that's the selected item from home. Remember, we selected wash and fold. So if I come back here, so the root now, it will save the wash and fold that was just selected inside our root. So we're getting the data, the information, and we're passing the ID and the title. So if we come here, we can see can destructure item now. So item will be, so to destructure it, we will get the ID, you can see, and then the title. Beautiful. Remember I showed you from our root navigation. So inside the root param stack and root stack params, where we have the infos and the service info screen. So we the item there is, we have ID and title, so it has been passed. So that's the criteria we use. So here, what we just want to do, we already have our data inside the use laundry data. So we can just go to use laundry data and destructure it. Let's get the data from our use laundry data hook. So that hook is what we call here use laundry data. So we are calling the hook here, and then we can just get our data from it. So pretty cool. So the next thing we want to do is we want to get, let's get the services from our data. We want to destructure that data too. So we can say data. So inside data we have services, we have categories and items. So we have services, see, we have categories, and then we have items. So we're good to go from there. So here now we can now use we'll use state. So we use state to get the selected, to save the selected service. So we can say selected service and then set selected service. So for our, and then we use state from React, and then we're going to pass the ID. So we're passing this ID, so it will be the initially selected service. So it will be our initial service selected. So then so we're good to go. So we can come down here, and then inside our service menu, so inside our service menu, the service list will be equal to services from our data, from our use laundry data hook. So we get the selected service will be equal to selected service, and then we're going to set selected service. So set selected service will be equal to set selected service, so that when we select another service, it will change the ID of the selected service to the currently selected service. So we're good to go. If we save this now, beautiful, you can see everything is showing up well on our device. So you can see, and wash and fold is currently selected. This is beautiful, and it has an orange color, and then everything is fine. So if I come here so that you can see clearly, what if we change the orange color to, let's use green. Let's see if green is better. Beautiful, I think this is better. So we have wash and fold, it's currently selected. So if I go back and let's select another one, so wash and iron, you can see this is beautiful. This is working out fine. So we're good to go. So we're done with this. We can close the mini service card, and then the service menu as well. So the next thing we want to render now is we want to render the category that belongs to the selected service. So for every selected service, there are categories belonging to it. So we want to render the categories under it. So to do that, we're going to get the category menu. So let's go to so we have the category menu here. So I'm just going to minimize, reduce this, zoom it out one more time. We'll come back to it. So this screen can be more visible. So quickly, let's add the types for the category menu. So we'll come here. Let's come down here. We've not added category menu type, so it doesn't exist. So let's quickly add it. So this is the category menu. The category menu, we have the cat list, so it will be equal to the category params. So inside the category params, we have the ID and the title, and then we have set selected category, and then we're passing the category ID. So and then we have the active category. So we need to know the active category as well, so that we can also display a different color and add some styles to the active category that makes it different from other categories on the list. So and then we want to also to update the selected category. So that's why I have set selected category. So we can come to the category menu here. So it's no longer throwing any error. So we can save this. It's similar to what we did in our service menu. So in the category menu, so we have the cat list and selected category and the active cat. So we handle the press, the same way we handle the press function for the service. So if the cat ID is true, so we're going to set the selected category toward the cat ID, so it becomes the currently selected category. So after that, we'll come here, we use scroll view, and inside the scroll view we have added some styles. You can check it out. You see it here, cat menu container. So it's inside our info style. So we're mapping through the cat list. So we're mapping through the cat list, and because the cat list is an array, so if you come here, you see it's an array of category params. So we're mapping through it, and then inside we added what our touchable opacity. So inside the touchable opacity we have the handle press, so that helps us to change the selected category, especially when the user selects another category. So it helps us to update it. So here we want to change the background color for the selected category to green. So if the active category is equal to the category, any of the category list, the background color will change to green. Else it will be white. So here we are rendering the category, the title of the category, so list.wordTitle. So, and here the color, so the color for the active category will be white. So if any of the categories selected, the color will be white, while the remaining categories will have black color. So and that, I think that's all. So we're passing the map, we are mapping through it, so hence we are using the list for each of the category items. So we're cat list, and then we are using list, so that hence we are using the word list.id, and then we are using what list.id here, and then list.title. So it makes sense. So we can save this and go to our, so we need to remove this. So we'll go to our service info screen. Instead of our service info screen, we want to render the category menu. So to do that, we're going to come outside here. So we're going to come outside of this view, and then have our view here. So inside of this view, we can render the category menu. So to do this, we need to filter our data. So we need to filter our data. We're going to be using these categories. So what we'll do here is I'll come down here, and then to do that, I'm just going to say const filtered, let's call it filtered categories, and I'm going to be using use memo from React. And so inside here, I'm going to be passing the dependency. So it's going to be selected. So let me do that. Let's quickly create the use state to get the ID of the selected category. So I'm just going to say selected. So we have the selected category, and then so inside here I'm going to use the return. So I'm going to say categories. So we're going to filter the category. So using the filter method, we're going to get, so we're going to say category. So I'm going to return, let's see, let me just write everything and then I'll explain. Items. So to quickly explain what I just wrote here, so number one, we're using the use memo. The advantage here is use memo help us to is a hook from React that memorize memorize the result. It's a memo, so it remembers the result of a function so that it is not recalculated unnecessarily. So that's the idea. The function is only rerun when the dependencies change. So we're going to be adding the dependencies very shortly. So if the dependencies does not change, it will not recalculate it, so it can remember the function. So that's the idea. So it helps performance wise, and then it helps to avoid unnecessary recalculation of data. So after that, what we did here is we use the categories. We filter the categories data. So this method helps the category. It filters the category array and return a new array with only the categories that meet the conditions. And what are the conditions? So the conditions, the first one is we're having a callback function here. So we're having the callback function. So we're having the callback function, and inside the callback function, the first criteria we set there is the items or sum. So this method checks if at least one item in the items array meets the condition. So what is the condition? This is the condition. So the condition is, we are saying the condition here is that it checks if the category ID of an item matches the ID of the current category. We are passing the second argument here. We want to check if at least one service in the item services array meets that condition. And the condition is it will now check if the service ID of the service matches with the selected service. So in summary, this code filters categories based on two conditions. One, at least one item belongs to the category, and the second one is the item has a service that matches what is selected service. That's just a summary of this whole English. So it could be we can have more than one item that belongs to that category, and the item has a service that matches the selected service. So we're trying to make everything relational. So we're returning those categories that meet this criteria. So that's just a summary of the whole thing. So it will make sense shortly. So we'll just continue with it. So this is dependent on the selected service, and then we have it is dependent on the categories and the items. So it will only recalculate if any of these dependencies change. If there are changes to any of these dependencies, that's only when that's only when this function will recalculate. If not, it will memorize it, so it will always remember it. So we can move on. So we can come here. So inside our category menu, we will. So our cat list at our category menu will be equal to the filtered categories. Then we will say set selected category will be equal to set selected. Okay, we've not done that. Then the active category will be, let's have our active category. Active category will be equal to selected category. So set selected category will be set selected category. So it's throwing an error now. Let's just add code the selected category so the error can go away for now. So I'll just come here. It's going to be a string. So we'll just add code it for now. See, the error is gone. So we're good to go. And then if I save this, beautiful, and you can see everything is already appearing. You can see this is beautiful. And so we have for wash and fold. You can see the categories that were returned. So we have the tops, we have the bottom. So if I press the bottom, this is beautiful. You can see everything is working in real time and working fine. So we have tops, bottoms, dresses, outerwear, children, accessories, homeware, bed sheet. You can see under this up to kitchen items. This is beautiful, isn't it? So we're doing very fine. Everything is working fine. So we can continue. So after the category menu, the next thing we want to render is the item. We want to render the item for each category. Based on the category selected, we want to render the item. So to do that, we're going to come down to our service after the category menu. So we can close this, and then let's bring in our category menu. Our item menu rather. So we have our item menu here. So I've imported that. So what we need to do is we'll get let's quickly add the params from our types check. so that everything can work fine. So for now, I'm going to comment this out. So we add the types check. So we have the item menu. So we're going to quickly add them. So we have the item menu param. So we are going to return the item list. We're going to return the selected category, and we're going to set selected service. So we need these two. So we need this, the selected category and then the selected service to determine the item that will be displayed. So there's the criteria, and then we have the item render item param. So let's just get on with it. So come here, and then the next thing we want to bring up is the item card. So let's come to the item menu first. So inside the item menu, we are going to be using flat list to render the items. So, and then it's dependent on, so you already know how to do this, we've done it before. So we'll go to the item card. So inside the item card, that's where we'll be rendering the items from. So here I'm just going to import item params. So inside our item card, we need to bring up the add item button. So I'm going to add that too. Okay, for now let's comment that out so that everything we can explain them one step at a time. So I'm going to take this out and take this out, so we can save this and come to our menu card, item card, so we can import our item card. So import item card. So we're good to go. So we come here. So the item card is what we're going to use to render the item. So inside here we're going to have the title. So I'm using flex row. So I'm using flex row and then space between. So we have here. So the first thing we're displaying on the list is the item title. So the title of the item. After that we have the price. We'll display the price, and the price we're getting it from the service. So you can see, so item.service.find. So we're using item.service.find to find the service, where the service ID is equal to the selected service. So from there we'll get the price. We're displaying that price for each of the item that is being displayed. So that's what this code is doing here. So I think we're good to go. We'll come to the add item button. So let's leave it for now. Let's have some things displayed. So if I save these, then I can come to my menu item card. So we are using the item card here. So we're passing the item card here, and then from there we're getting the item will be equal to the item list from our params. So we have the item list. So we have item params. So item list is equal to our item params. So these are our item params. Let me quickly show you that. So you can still remember our item params: ID, title, category ID, and services, which is equal to the service array. So if we come down there, so we have item list, and then we have the selected category and then selected service ID. So both string. So we can come back here. So we're passing it to it. So we're using our render item. So inside our render item, because it's flat list, so our item will now be equal to the item params. So we're using the render item and then render item param. So item equal to our item params, remember. So if we come here, so item, so we have, so this is item menu params, and inside our flat list we're getting we're using the render item params, and inside that render item params we have the item is equal to the item. Let me show you. So it's equal to item params, where we have the ID, title, category ID, and service is equal to service array. So we come here. So that's what we're doing here. So that we can render the item. So the item will be inside our item card. So the item will be equal to this item, and then the selected service ID will be equal to the selected service ID from here, whereas the selected category will also be equal to the selected category from here. It makes sense, right? So that's the idea. So we can move on, and here we use our flat list to display it. So the flat list will be equal to the item list. The item list now is an array. So if we come to our params, see the item list. So item menu params, you see, so it's an array of items. So the item params, so it's the array of the items, so we can display all the items that meet the criteria. So after that we'll come to, so after that we will now use what the render item. We use the render menu function that we have here, and that's all we need to do. So we can save this. We save the item menu, then we come to our service info. So let's import our item menu. So item menu, we're getting it from there. So our item menu, so we'll do the same thing we did for category. We will also need to perform the filtered item. So I'll just come here. We'll not be wasting time on that again. So I'm just going to import the code. So we have the filtered item. So we're using use memo, and just the same way it's checking, it's looking for the criteria, the ones that meet this criteria, and then it's dependent on the selected service, the selected category, and the item. For the category, it's dependent on the selected service, the categories, and items, but this is selected service, selected category, and item. It makes sense now because each item belongs to is a category and a service. So that's the idea. So anytime the selected service change, the item must also change. Anytime the selected service change, and anytime the selected category change, the item must change, or when the item itself changes or are updated. So that's the only time it will rerun this code, else it will memorize what we already have. So you don't have to recalculate unnecessarily. So that's the idea. So it's going to get item so it's just going to get the item whose ID, the item whose category ID is equal to the selected category, and we also check and ensure that the service ID is also equal to the selected service. So it's only getting the item whose category ID is equal to the selected category ID, and the service ID is equal to the service ID. That's just the summary. Let's not go into extensive explanation over that. So we can come here into our menu, into our item menu. So inside our item menu, we can get the item. We'll get the item list. So the item list will be equal to the filtered items, and then the selected category will be equal to selected category. So it will be equal to selected category and selected service ID. So selected service ID will be equal to selected service. So we're good to go. So let me bring this up. So if I save it now, beautiful, you can see this is beautiful, and the items that belongs to the selected category and the selected service are displaying. This is awesome. This is beautiful. If I go to another, let's choose another category, you will see the changes. Look at this, is beautiful. It's beautiful. If you go to dresses, and you can see everything is changing in real time, and performance wise is faster. Why? Because number one, our data structure. Number two, the way we are using the hook and promise all. Number three, we are using the use memo to avoid unnecessary recalculation of the item, especially when the dependencies are static and not changed. So that's beautiful, and you can see everything is appearing fast in real time. So if I come back to the top, you can see, and if I go to, let's say we go to kitchen items, everything is working out fast and fine. Bathroom, this is beautiful, isn't it? If I go to bed sheet, this is beautiful. If I go to children, see, it's having the data, the items are coming up. And another cool thing about it is if I could go to another service and look at what's going to happen. Beautiful. You can see this is beautiful, and then you see. So for you to notice the significant change, I'm going to go to dry cleaning that has other. It has added categories, and if I go to dry cleaning, you see dry cleaning has suits, but wash and fold doesn't have. You can see, and everything is working fast and in real time. So see, and if I go to suits, so it's bringing all the items there. This is beautiful. If I go to, you can see, if I go to specialty and bulky laundry, look at it changed. Even the category there changed because the category for specialty and bulky laundry is different. So we have the feather duvet. See everything working out beautifully. If I go synthetic duvet, you can see this is beautiful. This is beautiful. So we'll come back to our wash and fold. We'll go to the top. So the next thing we want to render for each of these items, we want to render the call to action button, the add to cart button there. So to quickly do that, we'll come back to our item card. So that's where we're going to use the add item button. So let's quickly work on that. So I'll go to our, so I'll come here. We have the add item button. So I'm just going to display data, and we'll make changes to it accordingly. So let's close this. So here we're handling a lot of data here, because this is where we're also going to be performing our add to cart. So for now, I'm just going to bring all that out. So the item params, we're going to import it from somewhere else. So we're going to import our item params. So we've imported item params. So we have our inside the add item, so with the structure the add item here, we have the item, selected category, and selected service ID. So we're going to be use this patch. Let's comment all this out for now. I'll come back to them. So for the call to action to here, undo add to cart. So we're going to comment all this. We'll come back to them. So most of the things we're going to do here is heavily reliant on the Redux store. So I think the most important, it's better to just go and work on the Redux store. Let's get our Redux store up so we can have this working fine, because almost everything we need to do here is heavily reliant on our store. So to get started with our Redux, I'll just go to Redux folder here. So inside our Redux folder, I'll bring up our cart slice, and let's bring everything up. I'll bring the reducer, the store, and then we have the Redux hook. So quickly, I'll import the data for the cart slice. So it's thrown an error here. It will be fixed shortly. And our store requires the root reducer. I'll explain everything shortly. So we need to import root reducer. So we have the root reducer. So what are we doing here? So the root reducer is actually used to combine reducers into a single reducer. So in our own case, we're using only the cart. So we're using only the cart. So for some, in other scenarios, you may be using Redux to manage the cart state and then the user state. So in a situation whereby you're using that, you can combine these two reducers. So you are going to have the cart reducer and the user reducers. So, and if you are using multiple reducers, you can just combine everything inside one here and make them single reducers by using this combine reducer. So combine reducer is from Redux JS/toolkit. So let's say, for example, we are using the user, so you can just put command here and then add user. So, and then it will be equal to the user reducer, whichever way. So but in our own case, we're only using Redux to manage our cart. So nevertheless, you can still combine them. So we combine them and use you combine the reducers to a single reducer. So we can use the root reducer. So that's the reason why we're using the root reducer. And you can see we are importing the cart slice. So the cart slice, I call this name. You can give it any name you want. So I call the cart reducer. So, and then it's from the cart slice. And the cart slice, if we come here, I will be explaining this shortly. So you see we have the cart slice here. So that's the cart slice. So if you have the user slice, you can also bring it down there and then combine those reducers into one single reducer. So we're good to go. So after that, after the cart reducer, after the reducer, so you can come to our store. So what do we use the store for? So the store we'll be using async storage to store data locally, and then I'll be explaining this. These are constant from Redux persist. So the persist reducer and then all other constants. So flush, pause, persist. You'll see what we use them for. So we come here and then we import the root reducer from our root reducer. So we import them here. We import it into our store, and then we're using the config store also from Redux Toolkit. Then we have the persist store from Redux persist. So persist store. So what are we doing here? We are using we are configuring the store. We want to configure our persist store. So this persist config. That's what it defines the persistence configuration. That's what we use to define the persistence configuration. And the first one here is key. So the key specifies the key for storing these persisted states. So in our own scenario, we are using root. We give it the name root. So the second one is the storage. So we got it from async storage. So this one is specifying the storage engine. So in our case, we're using async storage. Then the version just specifies the version of the persisted state. So the blacklist specifies reducers that should not be persisted. So in our own case, it's empty. We did not specify any reducers that we don't want to persist. And then the whitelist is the opposite of the blacklist. So this one specifies reducers that should be persisted. So in our own case, only the cart. We want to persist only the cart reducer. So that's what the persist config is doing.
So after that, we have what the persistent reducer. So our persistent reducer, we created this. So the persistent reducer, we're using what the persist reducer. So the persist reducer is simply used to wrap our root reducer. So it's used to wrap our root reducer with what? Persist reducer, and then we pass what the persist config. So after that, so we created it as persistent reducer. So after that, we want to create what? The store. So we want to configure what? The Redux store. So store is created using what? The configure store from our redux.js/toolkit. So that's how we create the store. So we use the configure store. We imported that from redux.js/toolkit. You can see it here. So configure store. So that's how we create the store. So for our reducer, so we set our reducer to what? To persisted reducer. So it makes sense, right? And then we have the middleware. So the middleware here is configured. We create it so we can ignore some certain actions related to persistence. So what are these actions? We have what? The flush, we have the rehydrate, pause, persist, purge, and register. So we want to ignore these actions. So that's the reason why we create the what? Major reason why we create what? The middleware. Then we have what? The persistor. So we created the constant persistor, and then we're passing what? Our persist store. And inside our we are passing our store into what? The persist store. So that's the thing. So what we're just doing here is we are calling persist store. So we're calling persist store, and we pass our what? Store into it, and when we save it under what? As what? Persist store. So we came here, and then so we need to export the persistor, and then we came here, we said export type root state. So we created this type, and I called it what? Root state. You can give it any name you like. So root state is simply the type of the entire Redux state tree. That's just this root state, and if you look at it, you see you have the cat. We have the cat state in it. So it is what? It is the type of the entire Redux state tree. So that's why we're using the return type, and then there's a type of what? Store dot what? Get state. So store dot get state, we're getting it from our store. So inside store, and remember we're passing there's a reducer in there. So and then the reducer is from what? Our persisted reducer. So our persisted reducer, and you can see where it's coming from. So you can see persisted reducer. So we have the cat there, and the persisted reducer, remember I told you we use is from here, and then we use persist reducer to wrap our root reducer with what? The persist reducer. So that's the idea. So you can see we can get what? The cat, we can get the state, we can get the root reducer, and the root reducer is coming from where? From here. So you can see the cat, and it's coming from what? The cat reducer, and the cat reducer is from our cat slice. So come here, so we're using, so it's a type of store.get state, and then our app dispatch. App dispatch is a type of the dispatch function. So we're getting the app dispatch, so it's a type of the dispatch function, and it's a type of store.dispatch. So I think we are good to go here. So what we now did after this whole thing, we bring it to our Redux hook. So inside our Redux hook, so I'm importing use dispatch and use selector from React Redux, and app dispatch and root state from our store. Obviously remember that. So here we have the root inside our Redux hook. So what we're just doing here is we are creating the typed version of the use dispatch and what use selector hook from Redux library. So we're getting it from React Redux. So what are we doing? I'll just explain it one after the other. For example, the first one is the use app dispatch. So use app dispatch is a hook that returns the dispatch function from the Redux store. So that's the use app dispatch. It returns the dispatch function from what? From the Redux store, and then we are passing with types. So we are saying use dispatch dot with types and is equal to app what dispatch. So this adds what the type annotation to the use dispatch hook, specifying that the dispatch function should be typed as what? App dispatch. So that's what we're saying. App dispatch is a type that represents dispatch function for the specific Redux store in our application. So the second one is the use selector. So the use selector is a hook that allows you to extract data from the Redux store. So you can extract data from the Redux store using what? The use selector, specifying, and it specified that the state should be typed as what? Root state. So that's what we're doing here, and the root state is what we imported it from our store. So that's what's happening. So you can see the root state. So we're specifying that the type is of what? Is of root state. So with types, this with types root state is also what it is used to add what type annotation to the use selector hook. Specify that the state should be typed as what root state, just the same way we use app dispatch. So we use the use dispatch with types app dispatch is used to add the type notation to the use dispatch hook, whereas use selector with types root state is used to add type notation to the use selector. So what are the benefits of doing this? Number one is type safety. This helps greatly with type safety. So by using these typed hooks, you ensure that the dispatch function and state are correctly typed, which helps catch errors and at compile time rather than runtime. So you see the difference. So it helps us to catch and detect errors at compile time rather than the runtime. So it's greatly very important. So the another benefit is a code completion. So with type annotation, our IDE can provide better code completion, suggesting making development and making it can provide better code completion suggestions, making what our development more efficient. So another benefit of this is readability. So the typed hooks make it clear what types of data are being worked with, improving code readability, and maintainability. So once these type hooks are defined, you can use them throughout your application. So that's the benefit. So we can continue. So we're just going to continue with the cut slice now. So coming to the cut slice, we'll be using this. Let me remove this. So we can remove this, and then we can also remove the. So quickly, I'm just going to take you through the whole thing. So we have the interface for interface cut item. That's what we'll be using to store for our cut item rather. So it has item info object, it has services info, and then select category, quantity, and cut item price. So for the item info, it will have the ID of the item to be added, the title of the ID of the item to be added, and the services array. Remember, every item has an array of services applicable to it, from which we get the price. But when we want to add a particular item for a particular service from a particular service, we shouldn't pass all the services array. So as a result of that, when we're adding the item, we will not be adding the services array applicable to that item. So hence we now have what the service info. So here we only be adding the selected service for the item to be added. So we will not be passing the services array, but we'll come here and use the service info to parse only the applicable service for the item to be added to cart. So shortly you'll see how everything will work out. And remember, the price is at the service level, so it's the service that determines the price of the item. So hence we are going to be getting the price also from the service info. Everything will work out. You'll see how everything will work out shortly. So after that, we have the selected category. We also want to track the selected category of the item to be added to cart. We want to get the quantity, and then we want to get the cart item price, so we can update. So we'll continue from there. We have what the cart state. So the cart state is it comprises of the items. So the items in the cart, and then we are going to, it's of a type of cart item. The cart item here, so it's an array of all the items that will be added into the cart. So that's the cart state. So after that, we want to get the initial state. So the initial state will be a type of the cart state, and the initial state will be what, an empty array. So it will be items, and it will be, the initial state will be an empty array. So from there we'll come to our cart slice. So we're using the create cart slice from Redux. So we're using create cart slice from Redux JS/toolkit. So that's what we use to create a slice, and inside we're passing the name. So we'll pass the name, and the name is cart. We are using the initial state from here, and then we can now add the reducers. So for the reducers, the first one we'll add is the add item to cart. So the add item to cart will take two arguments. It's taking the state and then the actions, and the action. So inside the action, we're passing a type called payload action, also from Redux JS/toolkit, and then inside we're passing an object, and then the object is item, and then we're getting the word cart item. So the item is of a type of what the cart item will declare. So we now come here to destructure the action using action.payload. So we destructure the action to get the item we passed here. So after that, what we just need to do, we will now destructure the item and remove the services array. So that's what this line of code is doing. So this line of code is will remove
this line of code will remove what the service array. So what we are doing, we are getting the item, and inside we are saying item.item info. So we have item.item info, and we are removing what the service is there. So you can see our item.item info here. So we have the item info, and we are removing the services. So that's what it's saying there. So that's what we're doing here. So we are removing the services, so it will pass the item and exclude what services from the item info. So that's what this is doing. So after that, we want to check, before we add an item to the cart, we want to check if the item is already existing in the cart. So that's what we're using this line of code for. So this will check if the item, using the find method. So it's going to check the state.item. So it's going to check for each of the item already existing in the cart. It will check and compare. It will compare the ID of the item. So the item info.id to compare the ID of the item of all the item in the cart, and it will compare it with what the item we want to add to the cart. So if there's a match, it will also check if the service info, if the ID of the service of the items already existing in the cart is equal to the service ID of the item we want to pass, we want to add, the new item we want to add. So if these two criteria are true, then that item we want to add to the cart, the new item we want to add to the cart is already existing in the cart. So as a result of that, we'll now come here. So we save it inside existing what item. Then we'll come here and we'll say if existing item is equal to true. So if existing item is true, what we want to do, we don't want to add that item again to the cart. Rather, we will just perform, we increment the quantity. So if it is true, then we will now we will target, we are calling the quantity of that item that we saved inside the existing item. So we're getting the quantity, and then we're incrementing it by 1. So that's what we're doing here. And then after incrementing it, we also want to update the price. So we're also going to call what the cart item price, and we want to get the cart item price. So we're saying the current cart item price plus what the price of the item to be added. So we're adjusting the price, we're just updating, we're adding it. So, and if the cart item price is undefined, then we want to use what 0 as default, so that we don't throw what an error. So if there's no cart item price existing, it will use what 0. So it will not be 0 plus what the price of the item we want to add. So that's the idea. Else here means the item is not existing. There's no match. So if it's not existing already in the cart, we want to add the item newly to the cart. So we're using state.items.push, and then inside the push we're spreading what the item. So we're spreading the item, and we're adding what item info. So I already added the comment there. Use the modified item info without what service. So for the item, we're using what item info instead of what passing the item directly. So we're using what this item info. This is a new item info. So that's what we are passing. So it will exclude what the services. So you should see everything shortly. So we'll now pass the item info, then we'll make the quantity equal to 1, and the cart item price will be the item.service info the price. So that's the idea. That's what we're doing here, and that's all we need to do. So we'll come back to remove from cart. So for now, let me just comment it out. So after that, we also have the empty cart. So after that, we want to use the selector. So we need to create a selector. So you come down here, before we create a selector, we need to export our reducers. So we need to export it. So we're using what, if you see, we are saying add item to cart, and we're exporting them. We export add item to cart, remove from cart, and empty cart, and it's from our cart slice.action, and then we need to export our cart slice.reducer. So what we need to do again, I'm going to create another file inside here. I'm going to call it the selector. So I'm just going to import the data for the selector here. So and then we have the select cart. So this will help us to select what the cart, and then the state of the cart. So we can get it from the select cart. And then the second one we are using here will help us to get all the items in the cart. So that's why I called it get cart items. So we're using the function called create selector. So create selector from Redux Toolkit, and then we're importing the root state from our store. Remember, we had the root state here from our store. So we had the root state from our store, so we're importing it, and it's a type of what store.getState. So store.getState, so it's coming from our persistor. And then we're using what? So let me quickly show you that. So we're using the persisted reducer. So that's why we're wrapping our root reducer with what the persist reducer. We go to our root reducer, we have what the cart. So the cat is equal to the cat reducer that we have inside what our cat slice. So I give it the name. So cat reducer. I call our cat slice what the name cat reducer. You can give it any name you like. So that's where it's coming from. So we are calling it what cat, and that's the reason why when you come to our store, when you see and you have the root state. So root state is used to get the entire state tree. So if you come here now and then you can see inside our store, so you can see it's cat. So that's why you have state.cat. So that's what we're using there. So if you come to our selector, we're importing that root state. So the root state. So and we're making our state equal to what the root state is a type of what root state, and you can see it's already bringing it what cat, and it's of cat state, and cat state is an array of cat items. So that's the idea. So we want to get all the items in the cart. So we now say state. We can now say state.cat, and the cart is an array of what items. So that's the idea. So we can have our state.cat.what.items. So and inside the items we are returning all the items is currently existing in the cart. So we're returning all the items here. So that's what we are doing here. So after that we come here, we want to get a particular item. So we want to get so that's why I'm using get cat item, and then we're passing an argument. We're passing two arguments to this. We're passing the item ID and the service ID. So we want to get an item, a particular item for a particular service. And we're also using the create selector, and then we're getting the state as well. The state will be, it's also a type of root state, and it's state.cat.items, and then the items, we are returning the item, and we're using map function over this item. So we're mapping through the items in the cart, and they're using what the find method. We're using the find method, and for each item we want to return the item whose item info.id is equal to what item ID that we passed here, and then the item.service.info.service ID equal to what the service ID. So we want to return only that item. So that's the idea. So that's the selector. So we are going to be using the selector to add our add button here. So let's set the selector. So if I set the selector here, so we can now come to our add item button. So to import the selector, I'm just going to come here. So we go and let's get item from our selector. So it's cool. Maybe from our selector, so we can import that, and then this is supposed to take two arguments. So the first one is the item.id, and then the second one would be, so we have the selected service and it's no longer throwing an error. And to get all the items also we can use, so we're using use app selector. So we imported use app selector from our Redux hook, you still remember. So let me just, so you can see we reported them. So you can see use app selector, and then we have use app dispatch from our Redux hook. So we can come back to our add item button, and inside here let's import the get cat items too from our selectors. So we're good to go. So from there, so we need to, let's import the add item to cart. So we're importing it from our cart slice. So cool, we're good to go. So let's comment this out for now. We'll come back to it later, and then we can come. So for this on press, we'll come back to it. So we're almost there. Supposed to be, yes. So everything is fine. Everything is working out fine now. We no longer have any error. So what I'm just going to do now, let me invert this so you can see everything working out in real time. So we also import use dispatch from our Redux hook. So we have use app dispatch from our Redux hook. So and we call it what dispatch. So I'm just going to explain this whole thing now so you can understand. The first thing we did was what we created. Okay. So the first thing we did was to create what a type for it, and we call it add item. For this add item button, we created a type, and then inside this we have the item, and it's equal to the item params. So I'm just going to bring up the item params. So item params, I hope you still remember. So this is the item param. So item param consists of the ID, the title, the category ID, and the services array of the item to be added. So and then we have the selected category is a string, and then selected service is also what a string. So we're passing it with the structure, the add item here, and then we got our dispatch, and dispatch is equal to use app dispatch. So I've explained this. We use create selector from our selector to create this, and then we are using use app selector imported from our Redux hook to get the selectors that we created. So we can come here. So the first function we got that. So I'll just come down here. Before we come to our handle card, we'll go to the screen we created. Got that. So we have a handle add to cart. We're using a callback function from React, and then what we're doing here is we created selected service. So the first thing we did is to get the selected service, and to get the selected service, what we're adding is we are mapping through. We go through the item, and then we go through the item and then get the services array. From the service array, we use the find method to find the service whose ID is equal to the selected service. And remember, we pass the selected service here. The selected service is here, so we map through the service array and get the selected service. We get the service ID. So we map through the service array and return the service whose ID is equal to what selected service, and we stored it inside what selected service. So we came here. Before we run our dispatch, we want to make sure that the selected service is true. That means there's a match. So if there's a match, we now come here and use what our dispatch, and inside our dispatch we are using the add item to cart. So from the add item to cart, you can see what we're doing here. We get the item, we got the item here, and inside the item see our item info. So we destructure our item info and we made it equal to what item. So we made it equal to item, and then we spread the item into our item info, and then we got the service info. So this is where we passed the selected service. So we pass the selected service and into what service info. So to pass all the information about the selected service into what and store it inside what service info, and quantity is 1, selected category equal to what selected category. So that's what we're doing here, and this will always be recalculated or triggered, and it's dependent on the item, selected service ID, and the dispatch. So that's what we are just doing here. So hence we are able to pass the selected service info separately, and then we can now remove the service array from our add item to cart slide reducer that I mentioned earlier. So that's the reason we're able to remove the services from the item info and then use the service info instead to pass the selected service. So it makes sense, right? So that's what we did here, and that's all to add item to cart. So we came here. Okay, I think to make this thing more relational, I'm just going to save this so that we can pass the add button. You can see everything in real time. So I'll save this, save my cart size, save my selector. Let's close them, close the store. So I'll save it. Then the Redux hook, we can close it too. So save it. So we can go back to our item card. Yeah, so inside our item card now we can bring up this. So we can bring our add item button. So let's import add item button from add item button. It's cool. See, everything is working out fine. And we're passing the item, go to item selected category, go to selected category, selected service, go to selected service. So if we come here, you can see them here from our item props. So, and that's what we pass to our screen info, so item card. So we passed it to our item menu, and from there we pass to our service info screen. So if I come to our item card, so that I'll just show you everything. So we have our item menu. So inside our item menu, you can see we passed our item card to the flat list there. So we passed it over the flat list. You still remember, so item menu params. So we passed the item card to our flat list, and then the render item params. So the render menu, and that was how we got here. And then we got our item menu, and then we passed all the item list, selected category, and selected service. So hence we got here. So we can save this as well. So we save this, and then we'll come to our info screen. So we save our info screen, we should get value. So let's save our item card as well, and then come to our info screen. So we're having an error saying about our Redux, so we should have done that. We have not wrapped our app with what the Redux store, so we just come to our app.tsx here, and then we need to wrap the entire app with Redux. So that's what we need to do, and the error will go away. So let's import a provider. So provider from React to Redux. So we're going to get provider, and then we are going to also get the persist git from our persistor. And then what we'll do, we just bring our navigation container inside it. So we're going to go, so come here, and then I'm going to add a store. So the store will be equal to store that we created. So let's import store from store. So it has imported that, and then the next one is the persistor. So the persistor will be equal to the persistor. So let's import persistor. So persistor is supposed to be correct. It's supposed to be from our Redux store as well. So we can save this now, and everything will work fine. Cool. So our app is working fine. So let's go back to it and look at this. This is beautiful. We already have our add button there. Look at this. This is beautiful. So you can see we have the add button already showing. So if I go to another category, beautiful. So we can go back, we can close this, and then close the item card. Let's go to our add button. So we're having our add item button container style, and then we can get that from our service info. So I'm just going to take you through that quickly. So it's here. So we're saying if the item is added, so we're passing an argument item added, and it's a boolean, true or false, and then we're having an array of style in it. So the first part of the style is what the item list style.add item to container. So that's what we use as the container for the add button. So let's go there. So this is the first style we're passing into that array of style. So we're passing this, and then this is what helps us to style this button so beautifully. So we're giving it a width of 90, border width, border radius, justify content. So if I remove this, you'll see. Let's just remove this. So you can see that's what it's giving it. That's what gives it that's what we used to give it this beautiful look. So that's the first style we're passing into that array of style. So the second style we're passing into this array of style here is we want to check if we want to display different background color depending on the state of that item, of the button. So if the item is added, if the item has been added, is added to cart, it will change the background color to what is added color. So to change the background color to is added color, else it will be using is not added color. So right now we're using is not added color that looks like white and silver. So then we want to give it a border color of is added color, so which is red. So that hence we're having that red border color there. So the is added color is red, and then the is not added color is white, silver like. So currently is using is not added color because it has not been added. So these are the two array of styles we're passing into this add item button container style. So it depends on this argument. If the item has been added, the border color will change. Else, and we're passing this first style into it to style the whole button up beautifully. So that's what we're doing here. So that's what we're using here. So here also we're checking if cart is true. So if cart is true, if the item has been added to cart, so if the cart is true, we want to we're going to display this line of code. So this line of code, so we're inside this line of code, we're using the item added to cart container, which is inside our style here. So we want to pass this. So we're passing it, we're giving it a height of 100%, width of 100%, justify content, center, align item center. So that's what we're passing into that. So, and then we're using pressable. So the pressable, we're going to pass we passed an and design into it. And then the one at the left hand side will be the minus button, and then the minus icon rather, and then we are using, after the minus icon, we're using animated numbers to pass the current quantity of the item that has been added. So it will display the quantity, and then after the quantity, we're passing the plus icon to the right hand side. So we can use both the minus and the plus icon to toggle the quantity of the item. So that's what we are doing here. So else, if the item has not been added to cart, if it does not exist inside the cart, we're going to display this. So it will have what we're going to display, what the add. So this ends we're having this. So this current one is being used. This is the one we are currently using. So we're passing accessibility label of add item to cart, active opacity 0.7, and then we are passing the same style, add to cart button container, and here we are giving it a title of add. So hence we are saying add, and then we're passing what the plus sign to it to add. So that's the style it's using here. Then we can go and check the style out here as well. So if we come here, you can see the styles, all the styles are here, so you can just check them out and make use of them accordingly, so we'll not waste time on it. So you can see it here, and don't forget I've left this in the starter template so you can have access to it. So that's the style, so that's what we are using, and then we're using memo to memorize what this component. So I think we're good to go. So what we can do now is let's try to add an item to cart and see what we get. So beautiful, you can see this is working very fine. You can see the border color and the background color has changed because that item has been added to cart. So if I add it again, you can add another one. This is beautiful. And if I'm going to use the increase. This is beautiful. And you can see everything is working fine. So we're good to go. So quickly, what we're just going to do, let's do the remove from cart, so that we can finish up with the cart slice. So I'm just going to come there, already have the code, so I'm just going to explain everything now. So from here we have the remove cart, and then we're passing, it has two arguments as well, the state and the action. The action is a type of payload action, then we're passing the item and then the service ID. They're both string into the payload action. So we destructure it here, item ID and service ID. So here we're using the find index method to compare the item ID of all the items in the cart and compare it with what the item ID that we're passing here. So the item, so we can get the item to be removed, and then we're also checking the service ID where it's equal to. So I'll just bring it down. So we're also checking where the service ID is equal to what the service we're passing here, so we can target the right item, so we can perform the remove from cart on the right item. So we come here and say if this item index is not equal to -1, that means we're able to find the match. So we will now store the match and put it inside what our items, the state. So we're calling that index. We're calling that index, that item index. So that's the item we're calling here. We're adding it to our state. We're telling it to go to that index, and we're saving it to our item. So we can come here and say if item.quantity is greater than 1. So that means, like in our scenario here, we have 2. So if it's greater than 1, we just decrement the quantity. We reduce the quantity by 1, and then also adjust the cart item price by doing the opposite of what we did when we added to cart. So we come here and we get the current cart item price, and if it's not defined, we use 0, and then we remove the price of the item from it. So else, if it's not greater than 1, so we are going to we remove the item using the splice method from the cart. So we remove the item from the cart. That's all we are doing here. And we use this to empty the cart state. So when we want to empty the item, when we want to empty the cart items, so we can use the empty cart to empty that. So that's what we're doing here. So we can save this, come to our add item button. Let's go to the function. So we use dispatch to dispatch this function, this action. So let's uncomment the remove. Let's import the remove from cart slice, and we're good to go. We save this. So here we're using the callback function, and then we're passing the item ID is equal to the item.id here, and service ID is equal to the selected service. So we're good to go, and then we pass our dependencies to it. So we can come here and add handle remove from cart. So we're good to go if we save this. So let's see what happens now. So you see, this is beautiful, it's reducing it, and beautiful, this is cool. Then we can remove the second one too. This is beautiful, everything is working out fine. So I'm going to close this. So another thing we want to do, we want to get, so let's use the console here. So we can just come here and do console.log. But before we do that, since we're having an error here, and then let's quickly check that error out. Okay, this could be inefficient memorization and unnecessary render. Ensure that the logic is in the result function. Okay, I think I know what it's talking about. So it's from our selector here. So see, we are returning our, so let's just remove this. So we can remove the create selector, and then let's just return it this way. So I think we're good to go through this. So we don't have the error anymore. So we can save this and come back to our item. So we can come here now and do the const cut items. We do console.log cut items. So beautiful, and you can see everything is working out fine. So we have cut item price, we have 6, and it's returning the info quantity is 2. So if I select another item, so you see that we have 2 items in the cart now. Cool. So you can see we have 2 items. This has 1 quantity, and then you can see the second one. So we have 2 items in the cart. So you see we're good to go. So if I reduce this again, it removes it and everything is fine. And then if I increase this, see the cut item price is increasing because the unit price is 3. So if I reduce it, so this is beautiful, and then we're good to go. So the next thing we want to do now is to go to the pickup and delivery date section. So we're done with the cut info section. So we'll go to the pickup and delivery date. So we can remove this. We'll save this. Okay, let's can remove this as well. Now just to remove the console.log. Can remove this, and then the next thing we will do is to go to we're going to go to the pickup delivery screen. Can remove the selector as well. So for the pickup and delivery screen, remember inside our card, when we press, okay, before we go there, we're still supposed to display one more thing inside our info screen. Is a navigation button. So we've now added the navigation button. Let's do that. So we're going to come outside the view here, outside the view from our info screen. So we're going to come out of the item menu. So here we'll have the code here. So we import use app selector, and then we import cut items from our selector. So we're good to go. So the next thing we want to get is the navigation button. So the navigation button should be inside our the navigation button is inside our component folder. So we have the navigation button here. So we have the information in there. So we come here and it's our navigation button. So I can import. So let's import navigation button here. So navigation button has been imported, and then what we're going to do is we need to get the total item price. So the total item price we're going to be using. So we'll go back to the top, and then so we're using the reduce method on our cart items, and we're passing we have a callback function here which has total and item, and then we're saying total plus what the item.cart item price, and if it's not defined we use 0, and then we're coming here, we're passing default value as 0, so that if it doesn't exist we can if the cart is also empty it will use 0, that way it won't throw an error. So that's what we're doing here. So we now come down here and say if cart items or length is not equal to 0, it will display what? It will display what? The navigation button. And then on press, we're passing an on press function to that, and we're telling it to navigate to the pickup delivery, and then we're passing what the item, and the title is proceed to what? To pick up, and then we're passing the total item total price equal to what? Total price. So if we come to our navigation button itself, we declare some types parameters there based on types params. We call it button params, and we have the on press function. We have the title, we have item total. So we now come here and destructure that. So we destructure these, and then inside our return we are having the pressable. So the pressable, we pass this style to it. So position, background, width. So you see that's the style we pass to it. We're using an inline style here, and then inside here we got the text, and the text is equal to what? Title, and then the item total price. I think that's all we did here. That's all. So if I save this, I'll save these and come to our info screen and save that too. So if I save our info screen as well, so you can see this is beautiful. So we use this style to achieve. So this is it's giving us a green color, and then the width, the height is the index of 1. So that's what it's doing there. That's what we use to achieve these, and it is dependent on what the length of the cart. So if the length of the cart is empty, you can see there's nothing is visible. So let's add an item to cart, and this is it. This is cool. So you can see, and if I update the quantity, you can see the price is changing in real time. So that was what we did here. So we can just save this, and then we can remove these as well. So when we press the button, it will navigate towards to the pickup delivery screen. So before we do that, let's go to our pickup delivery screen. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to press on the navigation so we can navigate to the pickup delivery screen. So beautiful, we're at the pickup delivery screen. So let's get started with that. So I'm going to delete this. So instead of pickup delivery screen, I'm just going to come here and I'm going to import our safe area view from React Native safe area view. And inside that we want to display our first component. The first component we are going to display is the service info header. So we can come to our component here. So our service info header we can get from our detail screen. So we're just going to be using that service info header there. So we've dealt with this before, so I won't be wasting time on it. So this is just what we're doing. So we are just going to import it. So we're just going to say service info header from our detail screen, and inside it we're going to get the title. So the title is, we're going to say choose and then after that we're going to have our on press. So the on press will be our navigation dot go back. So if we save this, beautiful. So that's what we're going to be using there. And then after that, the next component we need to display is the address. So if we come to our pickup delivery, we're going to have the address input. So inside the address input, So inside the address impute, I'm just quickly going to paste the code there. So this is the code for the address impute. We're using the text impute to receive a customer's address, so that they can type their address, and then we can get the address from the address impute. So we give the placeholder of enter address, and there's not much to that. So we can remove this. And we are getting what the pickup details styles. So let me show you two. So from our style, pickup delivery detail style. So you can refer to the template to get all these styles there. So this is the styles have been added here, so you can get all the styles. Everything is added here, so we won't be wasting time on it. So you can get the styles there and code along. So we have it. So if I save this, so we're just using the text impute without wasting time. You will see it shortly. So if I bring this, and then I can import address impute. Then if we save that, beautiful, you can see it showing up beautifully, and we have the enter address as the placeholder there. So it's cool. We'll not be wasting time on that. So we can move on. The next one we want to display is the date picker. So to display our date picker, I'm just going to bring up the component for that. So we have our date picker here. So for our date picker, we have declared the type params for that. So date picker props. So we have the selected date is a string. We have the set selected date, so that when the selected date change, so we can set it and then use the updated date. So we are using the date, and then it's a string, and it's void. Then we are using the current date, which is equal to date, and then we are using the future date is also equal to the type date. So we come here, and then we destructure that. So we come here, so we have the date picker, and then we have selected date, set selected date, current date, future date, and then is equal. We are destructuring the date picker props that we have here. So from there we have the return. So the return, we are using the view with a margin top 10. So we have the text style. So we are saying pick up the date. That's the label there. So we added style font 16, font width 500, margin horizontal 10. So inside the date picker, we installed what we call the horizontal date picker, and we're importing it. So horizontal date picker from this. So I've left all this in the starter template, so you can just get it. So we are taking it from React Native horizontal date picker. So that's where we get the horizontal date picker from. So we import it, and then we're using it here, and inside that we have the mode. So this is the mode. We have the start date. So I'm using the current date, so you'll see how everything works out shortly. So and then the end date is the future date. You will see them. So initial selected date is equal to current date. Unselected date change. So we're using date is equal to select date. So we're passing this date, and we're using it to local date string. So to convert it to string, so it won't throw an error. So selected item width. So this is it. The width we're using unselected item width. So for the selected date, it will have the width of 170, and unselected date we have the width of 30. The height of the selected date is 38, whereas the item radius, the height of the date generally will be 38. The item radius will be 10. So selected text. So for the selected date, the color will be white. The text there will be white. The text color will be white, and then the font size is 16. For the dates that are not selected, it will have the font size of 16, but color will be black. So selected item background color. So the selected date we have a background color of green, whereas the unselected ones we have the background color of this color. So and that's what we're doing there. So we can save this and bring it to our delivery screen. So let's import it here, and I'm going to say, so date picker. So we need to pass the parameters there. So the first one, so before we do that, we need to declare those parameters. So we have, so I'm just going to go up here and then pass in the parameters first. Yeah, passing. So let's import usestage from React. So we're going to go and then So we have the selected date, we have selected time, we have the delivery. So we still need to, so from here we can get the selected date. So we can come here and say, so selected date will be equal to our selected date. So we have the set selected date. It will be equal to set selected date. Then the next one is the current date. So let's go get the current date. So the current date will be, we're going to be using current date. We are going to use new date, so it's going to be using the date you are currently. So that will be the date. So we're using the date function, so to get the current date. And then the future date, here what I'm just doing is that we're calculating 8 days, so we're giving a range of 8 days. So that's what we're just doing here in summary. Let's not just go through unnecessary explanation. So it's going to be from the current day to the next 8 days, next 7 or 8 days. So that's what we are doing here. So that's why we're using what the current date dot get time, and then we're using what plus 8, so it's showing in the next 7 or 8 days. So we can say current date will be equal to what current date, and then the future date will be equal to what the future date. So everything is fine. So if I save that now, see, beautiful, everything is appearing well. So it's selected this today. So if I change the date, let's say I change the date, so you can see the selected date has a width of 170, whereas the mini, so what has the other date? So look at it, let me just show you. So it has 38, whereas this had 170. So we have the height and then the radius, so you can see it has radius too. So and then we have the color, the background color, and you can see for the selected text, for the text of the selected date is white, whereas the text color of the unselected is what? It's black. So if I go to 20s, see, this is beautiful. This is beautiful and it's horizontal. So we can bring this down, and then after the date picker, we want to get the time selector. So we need to get the component for that as well. So I'll bring up the time selector. You can remove this now. So we have the code for the time selector as well. So I'm just going to be explaining that to you quickly. So we have the time selector props. So we have the times. So it's an ID, it's an object with an ID, string, and time is string, and it's an array. So it's an array. So we're going to be using an array of that. You'll see shortly. So selected time is what string or null, and set selected time will be time. The time we're passing the parameter of time, which is equal to what string. So we come here and say time selector. So we are destructuring our props. So time, selected time, and set selected time, and then we have a label to select time, and then after that we're using scroll view to map through. So we're mapping through the time. So we are using scroll view. We're passing in, we want to make it horizontal, shows horizontal in the case of false, and then we are mapping through the times because it's an array, remember. And then for each item we are passing what? We pass the key, which is the index here, and then on press we set selected time. So we can set the selected time the user chose. So we update the time, and then we're having style. So that's the idea. So for the selected time we have what the background of green, and then the text will be white, just the same way we did for the pickup date. So and then we're passing, so it's an array of style, and then we're passing what the style, the time container itself. So which we did here. I'm just going to quickly show you the time container. So you can see we have margin 10, border radius 7, padding 15, border color gray, and border width. So I think we're good to go. After that we come to the text. So the text, if item.time is, if selected time is equal to item.time, it will give, if you use what white, else it will be black, and then we're passing the what item.time. I think that's all. So we can save these and then import it to our, so we can import it to our time selector, to our pickup delivery screen. So come here, and then we're going to say time selector. So we need to pass the parameters there. So the first one is time. So let's get that in. So I already created dummy data for that, so we won't waste time. So you can just get the idea. So I already have it. So we have the time, we have ID for each of the times. So we have time is 6:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. we have 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., and 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. So this is the time, so we can just pass it to it, and remember it's an array, so we can come here and pass what time, and then we're good to go. So selected time, the next one is the selected time, and then we already have selected time. Now selected time, and then the last one is set selected time. And remember we already declared them here, so selected time and set selected time string, and then is null. So if we save that and come here, beautiful, you can see this is beautiful. And then if we select the time, you can see this is beautiful. We select it, it's working perfectly, so we're good to go. So we can save this as well and go to the next one. The next one is delivery selector. So we're going to have the delivery selector. So let's go to our component and get the delivery selector out. So we have the delivery selector here, the delivery selector. So let's close the time selector. So for the delivery selector, we have the props here, the parameters, and then we have the delivery time. So we have the delivery selector props. So it has, just like the time selector, it's just similar. So we have the delivery time, and then it's an array which has what ID and then a name, and both are type string. We have the delivery, and then we have string or null, and then we have set delivery just the way we did for time selector. So we come here, we come here, and then the delivery, we destructed the delivery props. That was what we did here. And then we have the label, the title, delivery date. So we're using the scroll view just the same way we did the time selector. So we map through it and then set the delivery, and then we're using an array of style here as well, just the same way we did for delivery. For the time selector, it's the same, we just interchanged and then we customize it for delivery. That's just what's happening. So it's the same one, we shouldn't waste time on that. So we can continue. I'll just save this, and then I'll come to my pick up delivery. So let me add the delivery dummy data there as well. So I'm just going to paste it here. So we have the delivery time. So we have the ID 1201234, and then we added the days. So 2 to 3 days, 3 to 4 days, 4 to 5 days, 5 to 6 days, or tomorrow. So we can just come down here and import. So we can have the delivery. So we have the delivery selector, and then this will be delivery time. Let's get the delivery time first. So the delivery time will be equal to our delivery time. Then we'll have the delivery. So delivery will be equal to delivery. Then we have the set delivery. So we're good to go. So if we come up here, you'll see everything. So we have the delivery, and set delivery is a use state. So you are using use state, and then it's a type of string or null, and then we pass null as the default state. So we're using delivery time here. Then we passed it, so everything is working fine. So if I save it now, before I save it, let me bring this up. So if I save this now, beautiful, you can see, so we have the delivery date as well. And then if you select it for the delivery date, the one that is selected, we are giving a border color of what? Red. So you can see it's selecting 3 to 4 days, and then it has a border color of red. So if I select 4 to 5 days, you can see the border color has changed. If I select the 2 to 3 days, you can see it's working fine, right? So we're good to go. We can save this. Everything is working fine. So the next thing we want to do is the navigation button that will help us navigate to checkout once all this field has been selected. And to do that, I'm just going to be using our navigation button that we created earlier. So I'll import navigation button from our component, and then I'll say on press. Okay, let's get the title. So the title will be we're going to be using object literals. So we're going to I will say go checkout. So cut it quickly, let's go. So I need to bring in our cart item, and the item total price from the reducer that we use the reducer for. So I'll import selector, use up selector, then get items. So everything is fine. We can come down here and then we're saying cut item, cut items dot length, and then we can pass items. So we can get the item total price will be item. We use total item, yes, total item price, and the last one is the onPress function. So here I'm going to come and then let's get the onPress, the proceed to cart. So I just come down here and I have the code already. I'll be explaining them to you. So we can just pass proceed to cart here. So I'll proceed to cart and then I'll just come here. So let's import alert from React Native. So we're good to go. So I said I'm giving you the condition here. If it's not selected, if selected is untrue, if it's not true, and then selected time if it's null or undefined. If these three criteria are not true, so if they are null or undefined, then it will throw an alert. So we're using the alert to alert. So say empty or invalid, please select all the fields. So that if these are untrue, if they are not selected, so if they don't have value, and then that's why we have the initial state for them is, you can see it's empty and this is null and this is null. So if it remains, if this state doesn't change, it will throw an error. To throw, we use the alert function to tell them to please select all fields. So and then specifying text to cancel, and then when they press console.log, so we're just using console.log here, and then style is to cancel. So text, so that's just what I just drawing and labeling them, so you see what all this is doing very shortly. So that's what we are doing there. So we are coming here after that, but if all the fields are selected, then we are now going to say if selected date and selected time and selected delivery, if selected date and selected time and delivery is true, if they are true, then we are going to do navigation.navigate checkout details. We are navigating towards the checkout details screen, and then we are passing what the pickup date, selected date. The pickup date will be equal to selected date. The selected time will be equal to what the selected time, and the number of days will be equal to the delivery. So, and it will be equal to what the state here, these three states. So let's go to our delivery, the checkout screen. Let's say checkout screen. So we have the checkout screen, and then we have let's go to our navigation. So it's very important you don't lose track on that. So let me show you quickly something from our navigation. So we have our navigation. So inside our, so you can see when we are going to our checkouts, so we declare them here. So it's very important so you don't lose track on that. So that's why hence we need for us to pass it. So we are passing the pickup date, we are passing the selected time, and the number of days. So you see, so the same reason why we are also passing it here. So it needs to be passed. We need to pass it. Where is it? So we have it here. If not, it will throw an error. You may be wondering where it's coming from. So what I'm just going to do, I'll go back so you can see the alert function. So let's proceed. So if I proceed now, okay, there's one more thing. We have not saved the pickup date, so the button is not showing yet. So let's save this. Cool. So you can see this is showing up, and then it's covering the delivery date. So what we can easily quickly do here is go through the navigation button, and then let's cut this, and let's use a view. Let's use view from React Native, and inside this view, let's quickly add an inline style to that, and then let's give it margin top. Let's give it margin top of 10, and then let's press the navigation button in it. So if we save it now, so we can make it let's make it 120. Let's give it more margin. Cool. So this is beautiful. It's better this way. So we can save this. So if I try to proceed, so go to checkout one item. So if I proceed, you can see, so the alert has taken place, has been displayed that empty or invalid. Please select all the fields, and you can have we have the cancel and we have the OK. So we say OK. So if we select, let's say I select a date and I go ahead, it will see through that error, you can see. So if I select the time, see through the error, so you can see everything's working perfectly well. So let's select the delivery date. So I select the delivery date now. We should be able to proceed to our checkout screen. You see, beautiful, everything is working out fine. So I think we're done with the pickup and delivery screen. So we can close this and come to our checkout screen. And here I'm going to export style to it, and the style I'll use is, so we're going to use checkout styles. So it has imported checkout styles, and then we're going to pass the container here. And inside here, I'm going to import another view from React Native, and inside the view, I'm just quickly going to pass an inline style to that. So we're going to say, so let's give it height, and then let's import platform from React Native. So if platform.os, so if it's equal to Android, then use insert. So let me quickly get my insert. Okay, I'll just write it and then we get the insert. Let's bring this down a little for now. So we're going to use insert 0. So let me just go and get the insert so we can finalize that. So we're going to get insert from, okay, let's bring it down so the whole screen can be visible. So we're going to get insert. We're going to get it from use safe area insert. So from React Native safe. So we can say insert. So just come here and say insert dot top. So that's it, and we're good to go. So we save this. So this is beautiful. So the next thing we'll do. So the next thing we'll do is we'll get what the checkout header. So if we go to our component folder, so remove this. We're done with this. So let's go to our checkout component. So we have the checkout header. Let's remove this. Let's remove pickup, delivery style, service info header. We can remove all that. So inside our checkout component header, there are checkout header component. So inside this our checkout header, I'll just explain that quickly to you too. So we have the params there. That param, we're taking the title and the onPress function. So and then we destructure it, title and onPress. So we have the safe area view from React Native, and then we are adding checkout styles.flexRow. So we have a flexRow gap. So all these styles have been provided, so you can just check them out. So we have the pressable onPress. So we're passing onPress. So this icon has what the go back arrow. So we're using the go back arrow here, and then we have the title. So the title, the title, we have the delivery location here, not the title. So we have the delivery location here, we have the title here, this is where we have the title, and then we have the delivery location here. So delivering to, so that's the user address that was provided. So after that we have just like an icon, like a share outline icon here, and that's all. So if I save this and I can import this to import this here. So I can have checkout header. And inside that we can get the title. So the title will be checkout item. And then after that we would have the onPress function. So the onPress function we're going to use. So we're going to use navigation.goback. I think we're good to go. So if I save that, beautiful, you can see what's up. So you can see the share outline icon here, and then we can see checkout item, and then delivering to what? to the user address. So the user address will be displayed there. So here I'm going to, so what I'm just going to do here, let's import scroll view from React Native. So what we're going to get started with is let's get started with let's comment this out and then work on the first aspect. So the first aspect is what the order details. So let's go to our checkout component and get order details. So this is our order details. So I'm quickly going to explain that too. We have the params, and then we are taking the cart item is equal to what the cart item. So we import the cart item from our Redux cart slice. So from our Redux cart slice. So that's where we imported it from, and then we have the total items. Total item is equal to number. It's a type of number. So and the cart item is an array of cart items. So you still remember from our Redux the cart item there. So we have the order details. So we destructure that orders info params, so cart items and total items. So here we're passing, so all the styles have been provided, you can check it out. We're passing the styles to that, and then inside here we'll come here and then want to get this is for the delivery time, so we may not be using that in this context. So okay, let's just leave it. So here we have the delivery, so we're getting the cart items dot length of, so we're getting cart item dot length, so I'll add that shortly. Okay, yeah, so we're getting the cart items dot length, which is correct. So we're using these cart items, and then after that, so we have the cart items. We map through the cart items, and then we have the key. It's very important that the key is there. You have to pass, especially when you are performing the map function. So you have to provide the key for each child. So after that we use the view. After that we created what the non-customizable card. So I'm just going to import the non-customizable card. So so we have the non-customizable card here. So for the non-customizable card, so we have the item props, and then this item, and it's equal to, it's a type of what cart item. So we destructure the item props and we're getting the item. So here we're using the dispatch, use app dispatch, and then we make it equal to what dispatch. So we want to perform the same handle add to cart that we did earlier on in our add item button. So the reason why we're doing it at the checkout level, we want to still give the user the opportunity to either remove any item from the cart or increase the quantity of the item to be checked out. So that's the reason why we're bringing everything. It's just the same way we did it earlier on. So here we have handled add item to cart, and you see we are using dispatch, and we are calling what the add item to cart reducer from our cart slice from our Redux. So and then we're passing the item, info, we pass the item info, we pass the item.item info into the item info, and then we're passing what the service info. So the service info here now will be the item.service what info. So inside our item.service info, remember from our cart we have item.service info. Let me quickly show you that, so in case you're forgotten. So our Redux, our cart slice, so you see we have that type of cart item, and then we have the item info, and then we have the service info. So you see, so the service info is only saving the selected service, so that, and we're not passing all the array of services, so we're just only passing the selected service only. So hence we have what, the service info equal to item.service info, and then this is item.item info, and then the quantity is what, 1. So and then it's everything reliant on the item and the dispatch, and the same goes for what our remove from cart. So we're using dispatch and we're passing the parameters there. Item ID equal to item.item info.what ID, and the service ID is equal to item.service info.service ID. It makes sense, right? And that's just it. That's the same thing. We're just passing all around it. So after that, we're coming here and we're displaying. I want to display the items. So we come here, these are the functions, you can always check it out so that I won't waste time on it. So we'll come here, the first thing we are doing here is we're passing what, the title. So we're passing what item.info, what the title of the item, and then we're passing the price of the item, and this is where we perform the update. So we are passing the quantity here. So the left hand side is what, the minus icon, and then we're using the animated numbers. So just like the same way we used it before, and then we are getting the item.quantity, and after that we have what, so it's at the center, animated.number is at the center, and then we're using our pressable again here, and then we are using the plus icon here. So if you want to increment the quantity of the item to be checked out, and this is for what? This is for what? To decrement the quantity or remove it from cart. So that's the idea. And then we imported our animated.numbers. So from React Native animated numbers, we installed it earlier on when we started, so it's part of the starter template as well. You get it. So that's what we are doing, and we are importing our add to cart item, and remove from cart, all from what? Our Redux. So we are good to go. We can save non-customizable and then save other details, and then come to our screen here, and then we need to pass the cart and then the total item. So import use app selector, get items, import that too. I think we're good to go. So total, we can come down here. So we cut items, and then this will be, so this will be total item price. So the next thing we need to do, the last thing we need to do here is to import other details. So let's import it. Cool, and everything is fine. So if I save this, so it seems we're having an error. So this is not displaying, it's not showing any value. So let's check where this is coming from. Oh, I think I'll find where the error is coming from. This is supposed to be a closed component. So let's just remove one. So if I save it now, cool, beautiful, you see it's showing up already. So that's where the problem is coming from. It's supposed to be a closed component. So we're good to go. So let me just add 2 or 3 more items to the cart. So you can see, beautiful, everything is working out fine, and then we can still perform increment and decrement function here. So let me try to decrease the third one, increase the third one. You can see everything is working fine. You can see the way the animated number is animating the numbers. That's beautiful and cool. So you can see, so, and if I still decrement this, it will remove it. See, beautiful. So we're good to go. So we'll continue. So the next one we'll work with is the billing details. So we have the billing details. So let's quickly go to our billing details file. So we have the billing details here. So we can remove these and remove these as well. Let's remove the cart slice. So service section, let's remove that. So we have the billing details, and then we're going to be using the billing list. So inside our billing details, I'm just going to, so we have the params there, we have the total item price, we have the delivery fee, we have the service fee, we have the total price. So let me bring it down a little. So we destructure the billing params. So, and after that we have here, we're adding the container style. So, and then we added what the billing text. So there's the title, billing details, and then we have the container for that too, and then we are adding what the billing list. So let's quickly work with the billing list. So we use the billing list to display the list of items in there. So what I'll just do is add the billing list. So for the billing list, we have the props there, and we destructure the props here. So we have the title is a string, the price is number, then we are using icon name. We are using 4 icons here. We are using pedal bike, shopping bag, cloudy, snowing, article, and then on the line is undefined. It's a boolean. So we destructure the props here, and then we're passing the style flex row between, and the margin bottom 10. So it's an array of style, and then after that we're passing flex row gap container, and then we are updating the gap inside the flex row container, and we are changing it to what 5. So we're using material icons here. So we import material icons from our vector icons at export vector icons. So inside the material icon, so we are passing what the icon name, so we can choose any name from what the icon name. So we have 4, we passed 4 here. So we can choose any out of the 4 and use it in our billing details. So that's the idea. So when we are passing the color black to it. After that, after the icon, we have a text. We are displaying a text, and that's where we display the title of the item. And then we added some styles to it. So text decoration, line. So these are the style we added to it. And after that, we added the price. So we add the price, and we are using flex. We are flexing this thing in a row. We are flexing all this information, all this data in a row. So that's why we're using flex row between. And then there's a flex row between for all the content. And then for this view, we're using flex row gap to have them together. So we're using flex row gap. So there's a flex row for this view and this text. So this text the price will appear towards the right end, whereas this view, or the content of this view, will be towards the left hand side. So that's just the idea. So we're good to go. So we now imported the billing list from our billing list file. So we are importing into our details, and inside that we are giving it the title. So title is equal to item total. So item total, the price is equal to total item price, and the icon name, we are using article here. So total item price we got it from here. Then the second one, we use billing list, and then we want to get the fee, the delivery fee. So the delivery fee will be equal to our delivery fee here. The third one, we are getting the service charge. The service charge will be equal to our service fee. And then we come here and we're using flex row between. So flex row between, and then we're passing margin bottom of 55 is an array of styles, and then inside it we have our total price and so that's the title, is the label total price, and then we display the total price, and it's in dollars. So that's all we're doing there. So we can save this and save the billing list. Then we'll come to our screen here. Let's uncomment this. So let's import the billing details. So we have the delivery fee, the service charge, and the total item price, and other total. So let's quickly bring all that in. The delivery fee, I just declare a static fee 20 and service charge 5. So other total will be item total price plus delivery fee plus service charge. We actually do not require this, so we can remove it. So we come to our billing details. We are passing the delivery fee equal to that, service fee, total item price, we pass that, and total price. So that's the other total. So I can bring this up now, and then if I save it, beautiful, you can see everything is working out fine. So you see the billing details, and then you see the item total. You can see the way everything worked out, and then we have the total price down here. So everything is working fine. So we can continue. So the last thing we need to do is we need to come outside of this view and actually do the checkout. So I'm going to come here and say if cart items, no. So I'm going to, let's import our navigation button again. So we have imported our navigation button, and then we can save this, and you can see this is beautiful, and it's already asking checkout the total price. I see they are corresponding. So I say we've been doing this, so you already understand what's going on. And then we're passing the item total. So this is where, so when you press the checkout button, you can now check out this order. So this is where I'm going to leave it. This is where we're going to end it. So for those of you everyone that has been following my tutorial right now from here, I'm sure you know what to do. So I'm just leaving it. I want you to complete that. It's done. So it's up to you. You can choose your payment gateway, or you can just choose to empty the cart when we press the button. I think everything has been concluded, so I leave it up to you to at least take initiatives to and just add that to it. And let me get your feedback from the comment section if you really want me to add that. But I think everything is fine. Everything is fine. So you can check. If you don't know how to go about it, you can check my previous tutorials. I always add the payment gateway for Stripe, and then If you just want to check it out without using any payment gateway, you know what to do. So when you press button for what you have been doing so far, you can just import what the empty cart, and then you display an alert message. So I just wanted to get your hand on it and see what comes out of it. And I really want to thank everybody for your patience, for following along. I will appreciate your feedback, your comment, your like, your for those of you who have not subscribed, please consider subscribing. And for those who have subscribed, I really want to thank you. I want to get your feedback. I want to get your likes. I want to help me share this. Let this go viral. Help me take my channel to 1,000 and more. And I really appreciate it. So thank you very much. I'm going to see you in the next tutorial.